Here in council chambers. I see our town clerk is here. Sue, would you mind taking the roll call, please?
Councillor Biggs?
Present.
Councillor Flanagan?
Here.
Councillor Forrest?
Present.
Councillor Hill? Councillor O'Connor?
Here.
Councillor Pelletier?
Here.
Councillor Pentelo?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Mazzarella?
Here.
Mayor Rell?
Here. Thank you, Sue. If you don't mind, I will just read the purpose of this special meeting is to hold a hearing regarding the recommended dismissal of Chief James Citran as required by Connecticut General Statute Section 7-278. This meeting is open to the public but is not a public hearing. For those that are either watching or possibly listening this meeting can be viewed on Cox Channel 16, Frontier Channel 6101, Town of Weathersfield's Facebook page, and our Government Access Channel YouTube channel. I will turn it over to our town council, to, I guess, go through the procedures and kind of the parameters of tonight's hearing.
Happy to do that. Ken Slater, Howner and Sage, representing the council. The reason you're here is that because chiefs of police, generally police, rank and file police, are subject to union contracts, in order to provide a level of protection against things like political grounds for removing a police chief at will. There is a general statute 7-278, which I will hand out as one of the first. I'll call it an exhibit, but they're really the foundation upon which this proceeding is going on. That provides that a chief of police cannot be discharged unless there is a hearing held in which he's entitled, or she would be entitled to an opportunity to present evidence regarding whether or not there is just cause to discharge. The town manager in this case, Gary Evans, has authority under the charter to hire and fire officers in the town. And the charter, which I'll also put in as a second document, has an article related to procedures that might exist for the discharge of employees. And in that article is a section that says, that recognizes that parties are entitled to any statutory protections that they might have. So under the charter, the town manager has the authority to discharge with the approval of the council. The state statute provides that the final decision maker has to give a hearing. So in this case, on June 9th, 2021, Gary Evans issued a notice of intent to dismiss the chief of police, and his grounds are laid out in a notice of intent to dismiss, which would be the third exhibit that's presented. So your council is put in a position of making the decision of whether, in fact, there is just cause to discharge the chief. The procedure in advance of this hearing, I shared with both counsel for Chief Citran, Rachel Baird, who's in the room right now, as well as counsel for the town manager, Mr. Evans, what I expected the procedure to be. Now, it's your council's procedure. This is my recommendation for procedure, but it is the right of the council to set the parameters of the way the procedure will go, and then during the course of the proceeding, the mayor will be the parliamentarian, will make rulings on evidentiary rulings, which would be subject to appeal if there was a disagreement on other members of the council with his ruling, but otherwise he'd be the ruling. So here's the procedures that I laid out and for both council. They state that Mayor Rell will serve as parliamentary chair and will rule on points of order, including evidentiary objections. Formal rules of evidence will not strictly apply, but will provide guidance regarding evidentiary questions. Brief opening statements made by both attorneys, if they wish. The town manager will then be afforded the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence in support of his decision that Chief Citran should be dismissed. You'll be entitled to cross-examine. Chief Citran's attorney will be entitled to cross-examine the town manager's witnesses. After the town manager rests, Chief Citran will be afforded the opportunity to present any witnesses and evidence. The chair will rule on the relevancy of evidence, including any proffer of expert testimony. And Attorney Plum, of course, would be entitled to cross-examine the chief's witnesses. Brief closing arguments would then be made, and then at that point, the council could opt for, depending on how long it goes, could opt to do a recess. There could be a caucus by the groups of each party on the council, but ultimately the final deliberations on the decision would be on the open record. The question of just cause, because what the statute provides for is that no active head of any police department of any, and I'm reading verbatim, of any town, city, or borough shall be dismissed unless there is a showing of just cause by the authority having the power of dismissal, and such person has been given notice in writing of the specific grounds for such dismissal and an opportunity to be heard in his own defense, personally or by counsel, at a public hearing before such authority. Such public hearing, unless otherwise specified by charter, shall be held not less than 5, not more than 10 days after such notice. Any person so dismissed may appeal within 30 days following such dismissal to the Superior Court for the judicial district in the town, city, or borough it's located. Service shall be made as in civil process. Said court shall review the record of such hearing, and if it appears upon the hearing, upon the appeal, that testimony is necessary for a report, the same to the court with his or its findings of fact, which shall constitute part of the proceedings upon which the determination of the court shall be made. The court, upon such appeal, and after a hearing thereon, may affirm the action of such authority, or may set the same aside as it finds that such authority acted illegally or arbitrarily or an abuse of discretion with bad faith, malice, or without just cause. So turning briefly to just cause, that term is not specifically defined. It's often used, but it's not specifically defined. And when it is discussed by the courts, it says that Connecticut courts hold that that means that an employer is forbidden to act arbitrarily or capriciously. In other words, an employer who wishes to terminate an employee for cause must do be more rigorous than provide a must do nothing more rigorous than to substantiate a proper reason for dismissal. And that's a Gaudio versus Griffin Supreme Court case. Another case, just cause implies a reasonable ground for removal as distinguished from a frivolous or incompetent ground. And there's a whole host of cases that are cited. And what I'm actually reading from is something that's contained in some of the public records relating to discharge of chiefs of police. In another case, Supreme Court case, the court explained that cause must be one specifically relates to and affects the administration of the office and must be restricted to something of a substantial nature directly affecting the rights of the public. The sufficiency of cause is for the commission, in this case it was a commission to decide, but the question of whether the cause assigned constitutes grounds for removal as a matter of law is a question for the judiciary. So that's the basic parameters under which the hearing would be held. At least that's my recommendation. And are there any questions about that? And if not, I could mark these first 3 documents into evidence and we could proceed.
Just before we do that, I believe we have a comment from one of our council members.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. If I might, before we officially begin these proceedings, just kind of take a point of personal privilege. I want to begin by saying that I don't think that there's anyone in this town who supports this police department, the public safety professionals and work that they do in Weathersfield more than I do. You guys can't hear me? Oh, sorry, it says it's on. I'll talk louder. I'd also like to add that I do find it unfortunate that we're even in this position today, and as much as I feel that it is my duty as an elected member of this council to participate in these proceedings, I feel my presence may be inappropriate due to my personal relationship with the parties involved. Therefore, before we begin, I will have to officially recuse myself from these proceedings, and I'll leave it to the rest of the council to render a fair and impartial decision. I'll take my leave effective immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right, the three documents that I was going to mark in, is there any objection to marking the general statute 7-278, the charter of the town of Weathersfield, and the June 9, 2020 notice of intent to dismiss exhibits?
No objection.
No objection. I'm wondering, you referenced a correspondence from yesterday indicating to the parties what your recommendations would be today and how the scope of the hearing. I'm wondering if that could be marked as an exhibit as well.
I think we should just agree, the council should agree what the terms are, because that was my correspondence to you and to Attorney Plum. I've just laid out what I think the procedure should be, and if that's agreeable, it's been stated on the record. If there's some change in the procedure, it should come from the direction of the council and not correspondence that we had yesterday.
Mayor, would you like a motion in order to accept the procedure as outlined by the town attorney?
Please.
I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there an agreement on whether or not we should mark exhibits? I could mark these initial three council exhibits, and then exhibits that are marked by behalf of Mr. Evans could be marked in that fashion, and those in favor by Chief Citron would be marked in that fashion, or should we just have a consecutive numbering? I don't have a strong feeling.
I would prefer that it's set up by each side, whichever exhibits they put in, and I'm fine with the council having those first three marked as council exhibits. So, which ones are,
So I'll start with the statute, which would be Council Exhibit 1, which is Connecticut General Statute, Section 7-278. And I have several of these, but I'm just going to put one in. The second one, excuse me, sorry about that. The second one would be the charter of the town of Weathersfield. That would be Council Exhibit number 2.
Council get a copy of this?
Yes, you can pass it around, and I can. And the third would be the June 9, 2021 notice of intent to dismiss issued by town manager. Attorney Beard, do you need a copy of the charter?
No.
Attorney Plum?
no.
That's fine.
Yeah. Anything else? Could be. Oh, that's the town charter. Okay. That could be.
Perfect. Two. Thank you.
Statute 7-278 and other two.
Notice.
I think so. These are the same documents, correct?
Yeah, yes, I
Okay.
just had two piles, so this is the same one. So those are the same, they just had extra copies of those, sir. Same thing.
And then one more.
One more note. So there's no questions, you can just turn the phone over to-
Sure. Any questions from counselors?
Have we accepted these as 3 exhibits?
There's no objection.
Okay,
Sure. Okay,
so ordered,
so,
Mayor? Yes?
please.
I move that we accept these 3 as full exhibits.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded to accept. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Now, my recommendation, in terms of relevancy, if documents or witnesses or questions, et cetera, typical evidentiary questions, that chair is parliamentarian, rules on that, and if there's, someone questions that, there can be appeal of that, and then the entire council would vote on it. Otherwise, if the council was going to vote on every question, for example, that would make this procedure very, very long. So that'd be the role the mayor would take in the first instance.
Gotcha. Okay. Councilman Forrest.
Thank you, Mayor. To the town attorney, you mentioned a few cases for some definitions as to understanding just cause. Do we have copies of those cases or a summary that could be shared with us?
I can get copies made. What this is out of is a document, the police chief and just cause under Connecticut law. And it's something that is often used by resources of the police community, so I cited from it. I did not bring extra copies of these, but I can arrange to have those made. But I referenced cases that are under the section of this document related to just cause. So I can have that page that I referenced, which I cited, which is just one page of that document. I can have that copied and distributed.
Would that be okay with you, Mayor?
Yes.
Great.
No other further questions? Okay, I'll open the floor to Attorney Plum.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor, councilors, residents, and other members of the public. I assume at this point, we're going to go ahead and do opening statements. And I just want to make sure for the record, can everybody hear that this is working? I appreciate that. Thank you. I want to summarize the charges in this case for the council and take a few minutes in doing that and explain why, from the town manager's perspective, we believe that there is just cause to dismiss Chief Citran pursuant to Section 7-278. It's fairly straightforward in one sense, because the reason we're here is Chief Citran's breach of a retirement agreement entered into between him and the town on January 13th, 2021. Now, in the document you have that's just been marked as Town Council C, you will see that there's 5 exhibits attached to that document. So what I'm going to talk about in terms of the retirement agreement is what's marked as Exhibit 1 to that document. So if you can take a moment to get there, it might be helpful to follow through on as we go through some of the parameters of that agreement. So basically, there was an agreement in January 13th, 2021, and it was breached in the sense that the chief decided that he would not retire after agreeing to do so on a set date of August 31, 2021. And not only do we maintain that the breach constitutes just cause, as you just heard the town attorney describe, but it's how he did it that also constitutes just cause, when and how he did it, that also constitutes just cause for his dismissal. You'll hear testimony regarding the retirement agreement, indicating that the chief was placed on administrative leave, and frankly, in order to avoid a public hearing process, regarding the chief's possible dismissal, exactly what we're going through now. The town and the chief reached a mutual agreement on his retirement date, among other aspects of his return to work. The primary terms of that agreement were that the town wouldn't pursue the chief's dismissal, that the chief would return to work, but for a defined and mutually agreed-upon date of August 31, 2021. This would help ensure a defined succession plan going forward, and would also enable the chief to participate in budget preparations as well as a succession plan. Now, there was also an agreed-upon letter between the chief and the town dated that same date, January 13th, 2021. And if you look in your packet on Exhibit C, you'll see that's marked as Exhibit 2, that letter, and includes certain other conditions as part of the terms of the retirement agreement. One of those conditions being that the chief's attorney would be paid $8,500 for negotiating this agreement. So basically, the town agreed to go ahead and pay the chief's attorney's fees. Now, the agreement has obviously several binding obligations on the town. We're not pursuing dismissal. We're paying the chief's attorney's fees. We're returning him from his administrative leave. But it's important to remember, as you look at that Exhibit 1 and 2, that nothing in that agreement says that the town manager has to take any specific actions or engage in any specific conduct. This is all about what the chief has to do as part of the deal for him coming back. And, for example, paragraphs 1 and 2, and it identifies paragraphs 1 and 2 of the retirement agreement, which is Exhibit 1. It identifies the conditions that the chief has to follow upon his return, and that primary condition is that he would retire on August 31st, 2021. He could retire under the terms of the agreement earlier if he wanted to, or there could be a mutual agreement between the chief and the town to have him stay on longer, but in no time later than December 31, 2021. So the bottom line, what we have by this retirement agreement is frankly an old-fashioned legally binding contract. We have two parties, the chief and the town, agreeing to take certain actions. We have offers and acceptances. We have an agreement where the chief was represented by an attorney, so he clearly understood what he was signing. We have the parties signing both the retirement agreement and the letter to the chief's attorney, Chief's Attorney Raymond Hassett. We have consideration being provided to the chief. He's avoiding the termination proceeding. He's returning to work on he returned to work on January 18, 2021. He was being permitted to return to work as long as he complied with the terms of the contract until August 31, 2021, unless he agreed upon an earlier date. And he was paid $8,500 for his lawyer's fees. And I understand that the chief and his counsel may downplay that because it didn't go directly into his pocket, but it was real money, and we all know that paying for attorneys is something that transpires over every transaction. It's an important element. It's out of your pocket that you have to do it, but in this case, the town agreed to pay it for the chiefs. Unfortunately, and it was real taxpayer money that was paid to the chief in exchange for the terms of that deal. And frankly, we didn't get the terms of that deal, which is why we're here tonight. You'll also see, as you look at the agreement and as there's testimony on that August 13th agreement, there's no ability to what we call revoke the agreement. A lot of times, you may have even seen it in yourself with real estate agreements. You have a 3-day revocation period or a 7-day in certain employment agreements. That language is not here. The deal was done when it was executed. Similarly, there's no language in there to allow for any rescinding of any of the terms by any of the parties. The short version here is there was a deal. The chief had no right under the terms of that deal to just unilaterally decide he wasn't going to comply with those terms. We all regularly enter legally binding contracts all the time, and while it'd be nice not to have to comply with them, the bottom line is we do. That's what makes them a binding contract. And in this case, the chief gave his word and executed a binding contract for which he received consideration that he would retire on August 31st, 2021. The position of the Weathersfield Police Chief is not, and frankly never should be, a lifetime appointment. The chief made a deal on when that would end, and he didn't follow through on it. The manner in which the chief breached that agreement is particularly disturbing, because the chief, pursuant to the terms of the agreement, had sent out a February 6, 2021 letter announcing his retirement. That was part of the agreement, that he would have the ability to announce the retirement the way that he wanted to announce it. And he did. We provided that mechanism. The letter that he issued on February 6, which is Exhibit 3 of Exhibit C from the council, it's Exhibit 3 that's attached, specifically says, that letter says, "I submit this letter as formal notice that I intend to retire as Chief of Police effective August 31, 2020. Couldn't be any clearer than that. So now we have that the chief committed to retiring on August 31 in the January 13, 2001 retirement agreement. Then he reaffirms that in the February 6 letter. And the town, frankly, to its detriment, relied on that, on those representations. We contracted with a consulting firm, Strategic Government Resources, to look for a successor chief. We set up meetings. There were travel expenses and other expenses. We set up a community forum. The chief was advised on about May 5th of these activities and asked to participate in them. So he knows all these activities are in the works. And if you look again at that February 6th letter, he says, "I'll be happy to assist in the recruitment process." And then, however, he sends on May 14th, 2021, he says that he's rescinding his decision to retire, putting the entire recruiting process now in total disarray. The chief's May 14th email to the town manager, there was no advance notice, no discussion, no attempt through his lawyer to work out whatever the concerns were, just sent the email saying that he was no longer retiring, and frankly, in that email, doesn't even give a date. So we don't even know when the chief will retire. He's not saying, "I'm not retiring on August, but I want to retire on another date." It's totally open-ended. So how are we going to recruit under those circumstances? And again, this was on May 14th. As you'll hear testimony, we had events set up, community forums set up, all these things were ready to go. So from our perspective, the basis for the just cause comes from the fact that he breached the retirement agreement. He certainly adversely impacted the recruitment process and the succession plan. Mr. Evans will talk about how much time, effort, and expense has been put into that process up until this point. Frankly, it negatively impacts on the town and the public image of Weathersfield. We may have a very difficult time having candidates for that position. They don't know what's going on and what the story with the chief is, and frankly, it adversely impacts the department itself, because the employees don't know who their boss is and for how long the chief will be there. The conduct that I've just described also violates the general orders, which are listed in Chapter C. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going over those, but a police officer's word is his or her bond. You have to be able to rely on what, that they'll do, what they say, whether that commitment is verbally or in writing. And the chief's failure to comply with the terms of the retirement agreement has really broken that trust, and that such conduct violates those general orders, including conduct unbecoming. In short, the critical bond of being able to rely on what a police officer says, and in this case, not only a police officer, but we have a police chief and town department head, has been violated. The bottom line is that after weeks of negotiation, the town and the chief negotiated a retirement, which frankly was a win-win for everybody, and most importantly for the town of Weathersfield. Under the terms of that agreement, there was no need for dismissal proceedings like this, and there were no need for lengthy and expensive public hearing process. The chief would return to work, and did return, and would remain until August 31, unless he wanted to leave sooner. He could help with the budget process, he could participate in the potential hiring of a successor, and frankly, if the parties agreed, he could stay there longer. Yet, the chief unilaterally decided, without advance notice in the middle of the recruitment process, that he would no longer retire on the mutually negotiated date of August 31, 2021. For all these reasons, the town manager recommends that the town council find that by violating the terms of the January 13th, 2021 retirement agreement in this manner described above, just cause exists for the chief's dismissal under section 2-78. And I just want to close that I know the town council, during their deliberations, as they evaluate the evidence, it's the town manager's position that the appropriate burden of proof to be used is a fair preponderance of the evidence standard. This means that in view of the council, if it has a reasonable belief that the outcome is more probable than not, that the chief violated the agreement and engaged in the manner and conduct that I've described in violating the agreement, and if they believe that it's more reasonable belief and more probable than not that that constitutes just cause, then that they should find that the chief should be dismissed for just cause pursuant to section 7-278. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Plum. Attorney Baird, your opening statement.
Thank you. I would like to begin with looking at the retirement agreement that is Exhibit 1 to Council Exhibit 1, the Notice of Intent to Dismiss. I just heard council represent to this town council that there is a provision in that retirement agreement wherein consideration was given to Chief Citran that dismissal would not be sought against him if he entered into this agreement. I see 3 pages in that retirement agreement, and nowhere does Chief Citran indicate that he is entering into this to avoid dismissal or to avoid any charges against him. He was placed on paid administrative leave in November of 2020, and this town manager wants you not to address that, not to know any of the reasons, because that would give Chief Citran the opportunity to challenge those reasons. Instead, we are here on a breach of contract case, basically, dressed up as just cause to terminate Chief Citran. And I just really want to emphasize that in an agreement, the agreement is within the 4 corners of the document, and nowhere did Chief Citran receive any consideration for or request any consideration that the town would not seek dismissal against him. In fact, I would propose, had they said that to him, he would have said, go ahead, give it your best shot, try to show that you have just cause to terminate me. But you know what? The town did not do that. They entered into a retirement agreement with Chief Citran. And in that retirement agreement, there was consideration given to the chief. At paragraph 2, it states, compliance with applicable law and charter requirements. And this town told Chief Citran that he would be able to run his department in accordance with compliance with law enforcement, federal, state, and local laws, and the Weathersfield Town Charter. The only condition was, and that's a condition in the town charter, that he keep the Director of Public Safety, Town Manager Gary Evans, timely apprised of said actions. If we reach that point, and I'll explain that comment in a moment, but if we reach the point where Chief Citran testifies, he will say exactly why the town breached paragraph 2 of the retirement agreement, why the town was the one to violate the retirement agreement, and why that was his reason for submitting his withdrawal of his notice of intent to retire. But counsel for the town manager and the town manager, they don't want to hear any of that. Yesterday, having not heard from the attorney for town council about how this proceeding would be going, what exactly it would entail, what would be the rules, I wrote a letter to Attorney Slater, and I said, what are the rules, the procedures for the hearing on Tuesday? I also requested 14 categories of documents. 14 categories of documents. And in response, I was told that it was all irrelevant. All the categories were irrelevant except for one, and that was the contract with the consultant on the police search. I requested Chief Citran's personnel file. He's been employed by this town for 47 years. He's got quite a personnel file, I would suppose, but I was told that was not relevant. I was told by Attorney Slater. I wasn't told that it was a recommendation. I was told that the scope of this hearing will be limited to whether Chief Citran's notice that he was not retiring on August 31st, 2021 is just cause to dismiss him in light of the agreement he entered into with the town. So the records I wanted in items 1 through 10 and 12 through 14 just weren't relevant. The town council's already made a decision. The records I requested are not relevant because this hearing is just limited to, did Chief Citran send a notice of intent to rescind, or did he send a notice to rescind his retirement date? Yeah, yes he did. You have it. There's no doubt about it. It didn't come out of the blue. Why do you think he did it? This letter from Attorney Slater would have me to believe that this town council doesn't want to hear why. Because I've been denied the records that would show why. And that's why most of my opening argument will address the fact that this town council has already, by the mere denial of records, that Chief Citran needs to defend himself against these charges. This town council has already violated the due process that Chief Citran is guaranteed under 7-278. Chief Citran has a property interest in his job, a constitutional property interest under the 14th Amendment in his job. The town has to show there's just cause to remove him from that job. The town is denying him the opportunity to be meaningfully heard in response to the allegation against him that breaching the retirement agreement, rescinding his retirement notice, constitutes just cause. I would like to cite, and I know that Attorney Slater cited some law, so I would like to cite some law too. I'd like to cite a Connecticut Bar Journal article from 1992, actually written by Attorney Plum, wherein he states, the removal from office of a police chief or other high-level public official is a difficult, time-consuming process which must specifically satisfy applicable statutes to the letter as well as complying with established due process considerations. Now, the citation to the Connecticut Bar Journal is volume 66 at pages 120 through 121. And Attorney Plum was discussing the case of the Hamden Police Chief back in 1989, Chief Ambrosio. And in that case, just cause was not found, even though Chief Ambrosio had been issued numerous reprimands. The hearing officer found, because the town and the chief agreed to refer to a hearing officer, the hearing officer found that the chief was never notified that what he was being dismissed for would constitute just cause. In other words, he got the notice of intent to dismiss, but what they were charging him with, he had no prior knowledge that violating that would constitute just cause. I go back to the retirement agreement. Where in the retirement agreement does it say, if you withdraw your resignation or you don't follow this agreement, it's just cause to terminate you? Nowhere does it say that. In fact, I would invite you to look at paragraph 7 of the retirement agreement. Applicable law and venue. The parties agree that any claim or dispute arising out of a breach of this retirement agreement shall be adjudicated in state or federal court within the state of Connecticut, and hereby consent to the exercise of personal jurisdiction of any such court having subject matter jurisdiction of the claim or dispute. This should be in court. That paragraph alone tells us that Chief Citran had no notice that rescinding his retirement agreement would ever result in these dismissal proceedings. Going according to the retirement agreement, he would have expected that there would have been some kind of notice to him of an intent to file a federal or state lawsuit alleging breach of contract. So here we are at a public hearing on a contract issue, and that might be okay if the scope of the hearing was not limited. But you know what? After reading paragraph 7, I'm going to scratch that out, because I don't think it's okay to be here at all. Paragraph 7 says we shouldn't be here of the retirement agreement. But the scope of the hearing has been limited by the town council through its attorney in denying me records and telling me that Chief Citran will be silenced and not allowed to address the allegations against him, because we all want to keep it just a one little thing. We don't want to shed any light on what was behind this. We just want to keep it simple. What did the contract say? What did he do? Oh, violation. But you know, contract law is a lot more complicated than that. In contract law, if one side breaches the agreement, then the other side is no longer held to the agreement. So Chief Citran wants to discuss that the town did breach the agreement. He wants to bring in records. He wants to bring in the records that he requested yesterday, but he's been denied that. He wants to tell you about what happened when he came back from leave, administrative paid leave, on January 18th, 2021. He wants to tell you that the town manager violated in so many ways paragraph 2 of the retirement agreement. Who hasn't heard in the news that Chief Citran was insubordinate? Who hasn't heard that? Everybody's saying it. The town manager, I believe, may have said it. Everybody's saying that Chief Citran was insubordinate. So why aren't we addressing that tonight? Why isn't that an allegation? It seems like that would constitute just cause. Why hasn't that been added on? Because all these allegations were made against Chief Citran that weren't true. They were a campaign of harassment by this town manager after he came on board in March 1st, 2019, that continued throughout the administrative paid leave in November 2020 and picked up again when Chief Citran came back. But the difference was, when Chief Citran came back, there was an agreement. Gary Evans signed an agreement in the retirement agreement that he would allow Chief Citran to run his department in accordance with applicable law. Gary Evans breached that, and we have been prevented from gathering information and documents to prove that. How do I know? How do I know there was a plan by the town manager dating back to 2019 to dispense with Chief Citran? It begins with a letter from August 6, 2019 that Gary Evans sent to Chief Citran, alleging various acts over the course of a bare 5 months that Gary Evans had even been in the job. In November of 2020, when he placed Chief Citran on paid administrative leave, he sent Chief Citran a draft of a notice of intent to dismiss with about 20 allegations against him, each of which Chief Citran responded to. And we'd like to present that testimony tonight. But we've been prevented from gathering a lot of the documents that would allow us to do that. Just to make clear, to put this in context, this town intends to use evidence, and by town, I'll say town manager. This town manager intends to use evidence tonight to show it's been harmed by Chief Citran's withdrawal of his retirement notice. Now, in breach of contract cases, damages are one element that can always be, somebody can be made whole if a court determines that there was in fact a breach. But this isn't a court, and I don't know why we're here on a contract matter, but to get back to business. The town intends to use evidence to show it's been harmed, but wants to deny Chief Citran an opportunity to justify the withdrawal by pointing out how the town violated the agreement first. Because if the town did breach the agreement, meaning if the town promised to do something, but then didn't do it, promised to allow Chief Citran to run his department, but then didn't allow him to do it, then Chief Citran is relieved of his obligations under this retirement agreement. It's a two-way street. But apparently, and again, I'm going by what town council's attorney informed me of yesterday, apparently this council wants to make it a one-way street. Hear one side. Decide without all the evidence. Whatever you call it, it denies Chief Citran a meaningful opportunity to be heard, and he's already been denied that if we proceed tonight. To know whether he breached his agreement, you have to know why. How can someone possibly, how can the town council possibly have denied Chief Citran his personnel records? I have to repeat that again because we're at a dismissal hearing, and to be denied your personnel records is beyond a denial of due process. I hate to say it, but in this letter, this town council has made clear that it really doesn't want to address this issue. I don't know if it's because if the town council did address this issue and information emerged about why Chief Citran was put on paid administrative leave, if information emerged about the allegations that the town manager has been making against Chief Citran for literally years now, then it would make the town manager look bad. And if the town council chooses to to maintain this town manager, it would make the town manager look bad. As terrible as this looks for the town council to be doing what it's doing to deny Chief Citran due process, I have to admit, it's probably better than allowing Chief Citran's side to come out, because it would expose the town manager for what he is. He's been manipulative, interfering, and disingenuous in his dealings with Chief Citran. And the allegation that the retirement agreement that Chief Citran signed contains any consideration that dismissal proceedings not be pursued against him. In other words, he signed the retirement agreement to get out of dismissal proceedings. That's disingenuous. That's not true, and that's a misrepresentation. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of evidence that we'd like to submit tonight that we've been prevented from doing. This is something that Town Manager Evans has pointed out as one of the insubordinate acts of Chief Citran. There was an internal investigation that was pending when Chief Citran went on paid administrative leave last year. And it involved the actions of a sergeant at the firing range who engaged in some conduct. Now, this was an instructor who engaged in some conduct that appeared where he placed his finger near the buttocks of another officer, where he did a karate chop to the groin of another officer. And this was reported, and an internal investigation was done that was left pending until Chief Citran returned. And he immediately addressed it, and he wanted to suspend this officer for a year from being a firearms instructor. Town manager interfered. He didn't want that. He didn't think that was right. Let him go on being a firearms instructor. Now, Chief Citran has been the chief, and as the chief, he's the issuing authority for pistol permits. He knows suitability. He knows the kind of conduct that one should have around firearms. But for the complaint of another firearms instructor at the town police department, the town manager's interference would have stood, and that person would be a firearms instructor today. But thankfully, Chief Citran prevailed. I could give you a lot of examples like this, but I need the documents to prove it. I need the documents to be able to defend Chief Citran, and I've been denied those. This is not a contract case. This is a case where the town manager has sought to get rid of Chief Citran, where he's concocted allegations against him, unprovable, and then put him on paid administrative leave with the promise that if you come back, you can engage in the process to promote the next lieutenant. We know that's important to you. And you can run your department. And Chief Citran, okay, 47 years. If I can do those things, I'll come back and I'll retire. But he came back and he wasn't allowed to do those things. And he doesn't want to retire because he wants to make sure what he wanted to do with the department when he came back is done and finished and complete to end his career. And I respectfully, based on what I just argued to this town council, request that the representation, that the scope of this hearing will not include the documents, the material and subject matter of the documents that we requested at numbers 1 through 10 and 12 through 14, that until we get those, Chief Citran cannot defend himself tonight. He's denied due process, and now asking this town council to address that and allow us to present our case.
Council Slater?
Do you have copies of the documents that you have? referred to. Copies of the documents that were requested in your letter to me yesterday, which, and by the way, I was not able to have a meeting convened for the council to make a decision about what the procedures should be tonight. I advised both attorneys what I expected the procedure would be. We laid that out tonight, and it was agreed that that was the procedure that you would adopt. There was no way for me to rule on whether or not, you could rule on whether or not this information that's being requested is relevant to the proceedings tonight on the charge that the town manager has issued. So if it's being suggested during argument that your counsel, through me, have denied these documents, you should see the request, and if the council believes that they are relevant, then it could be adjourned to request those documents. But I think you should make a ruling on whether or not you think it's relevant to the hearing, and the council could challenge any ruling that you think it's relevant. So if you could either provide the list of documents, or if you wanted to, one at a time, explain the documents that you think are necessary in order to be able to respond to the notice of charge issued on June 8th, 2021. For example, can you explain to the council, you've raised one, which is the chief's personnel records. Can you explain why you need the chief's personnel records to respond to the allegations contained in the June 9, 2021 charge?
Counsel for the town council had referenced earlier that officers, other than chiefs, are under collective bargaining agreements. And because they're under collective bargaining agreements, they also are entitled to a showing of just cause when they're disciplined. Now, part of that just cause takes into consideration their record as officers. For example, if they have a record of certain violations, letters of reprimand, suspensions, then whatever they do after that could have a harsher penalty than somebody else who doesn't have such a record and they commit the same violation. So somebody's record is very important in the determination of just cause. That's number one.
And so the question is whether or not the entirety of the chief's no, excuse me, let me back up. So what aspect of those documents relate to the allegations contained in the June 9 letter of his personnel record?
My understanding, my presumption is that Chief Citran's personnel records will be exemplary. Even in the retirement agreement, it says Chief Citran has provided some 47 years of honorable, distinguished, and dedicated service to the Weathersfield Police Department. I think it's important for this town council to see that and know it. It's one thing for me to say it.
All right. And it's your position that based on, without a copy of his retirement, or his file, that you cannot proceed in defending the allegations that are contained in the notice of intent to dismiss?
It is a necessary and integral part of our case.
And it was my recommendation to find that those documents, we'll take an assumption that they are stellar, that the chief's records up to this point in time were literally perfect. Would that be relevant in determining whether or not, under the facts alleged, that he should be discharged?
Is that addressed to me?
So that's the question to the chair. Are those documents relevant to determining whether or not the issues that were presented in the June 9, 2021 letter to the council?
I do not believe so. If we are going by strictly the letter of the intent to retire, then I'm sure, as Attorney Slater had said, the chief has an exemplary record, but I don't think that has any bearing on simply an intent to retire letter and a rescission of that.
What was the second list of documents that you wish to have before you thought you could proceed with a hearing?
Records about body-worn cameras for officers, including but not limited to grants, department's purchase and receipt of cameras, communications between Mr. Evans and Chief Citran about body-worn cameras.
So, are those documents relevant to the charges that are before the Chief of Police?
I don't see how they are. I don't, if you can explain further.
Sure. I had indicated, and I do have here, the allegations that Gary Evans made against Chief Citran just prior to his paid administrative leave in November of 2020. And one of those allegations is that Chief Citran handled the whole issue of body cameras incorrectly. To the contrary, had the town manager listened to Chief Citran, then body cameras would have been in use back in early 2019, and perhaps would have been crucial to this town in determinations or reviews of what happened on April 20th of 2019.
Now, the charges you're referring to, just to make it clear to the mayor, are those charges that were not issued against Chief Citran? Or are you referring to these charges?
I'm referring to a litany of charges that were served on Chief Citran, notice of intent to dismiss in November of 2020, prior to his paid administrative leave, none of which are being pursued here.
And so then, how would documents related to those charges that weren't pursued relevant for tonight?
Because they would give a context and a background to Gary Evans' relationship with the chief and support Chief Citran's argument, not only that the town manager violated paragraph 2 of the retirement agreement, but that he had every intent to violate it, even when the retirement agreement was being negotiated, because of the background between Gary Evans and Chief Citran.
Just to that point, so that the mayor can understand your comments, what portion of the paragraph 2 you keep referencing, what part of paragraph 2 in the agreement imposes any requirements on the town manager?
It imposes requirements on the town wherein the parties acknowledge, and the parties are the town and Chief Citran, that he'll continue as chief of police in accordance with satisfactory compliance with the requirements of law enforcement, federal, state, and local laws, and the town charter. He'll continue to address disciplinary, union, personnel, and other operational issues in accordance with labor rules and laws and past practices. Gary Evans interfered with this, and I already gave you an example.
My question is, where in paragraph 2 does it say what Mr. Evans has to do or what the town has to do? I read paragraph 2 as imposing obligations on the chief, allowing him to return, and what his obligations were. Is there anything in there that you'd point the mayor to that as a requirement upon the town?
The requirement on the town was to let Chief Citran run his department, which the town manager did not allow him to do.
As far as the body cam, dash cam, body cam concern, yeah, again, I don't feel that, again, to the scope of the rescission of the retirement, I don't believe that is privy to this, hearing tonight.
So just to articulate, my understanding is that decision is based on the underlying premise that it's not important why Chief Citran rescinded or withdrew his notice of intent to retire. The only thing we're looking at is whether he did.
Whether he did constitutes just
Just
cause
cause.
to be discharged.
And so it's not important to hear why he did it. It's not important to hear from him that the town breached first. It's just important to know, whatever the town did doesn't matter. It's just the Chief Citran. Just what he did. That's it.
Well, I think the mayor just ruled on your second requested set of documents. Can you go on to your third one?
Sure. Town work from home policies due to COVID since March 13th, 2020.
And can you explain to the mayor how that's relevant to the issues that were presented in the June 9, 2021 notice of intent to dismiss?
So again, it goes to a dispute between Gary Evans and Chief Citran about an internal affairs investigation and whether officers, two officers in particular, were working from home without permission, without authorization. I want to know what authorization anybody in the town had, what policies or procedures existed in the town at all with regard to working from home. And Gary Evans, as the town manager, likes to point out that he's the director of public safety, so ultimately he's in charge. So what policies did he have in place for work from home? And if there weren't, then how do you accuse Chief Citran of mishandling an allegation that individuals were working from home without authorization?
Okay. Again, in the parameters of the dated letter from Chief Citran to rescind his retirement, I don't see any connection between the two. I mean,
Because under contract law, when there's an allegation that someone has breached a contract, a defense to that allegation is that the other side breached it first, making it therefore unnecessary for you to honor the agreement anymore. And that needs a lot of context. It's a very fact-driven inquiry. As Attorney Plum said, these proceedings can be very time-consuming, specific, and lengthy. And providing a context for the relationship between the town manager and Chief Citran that ultimately led Chief Citran to rescind his retirement notice is important, is relevant, and meaningful to this town council's decision.
okay. The only, it's just 2 sentences, so would the chief had put any of that into his rescission letter on his request to rescind?
I emailed you, Mayor Rell, and I would have to double check, but I believe a copy went to Mr. Evans on May 17th, which was 3 days after Chief Citran entered his rescission. And I did generally list what was behind the chief's rescission.
Okay. Again, with the third question, in the parameters of the rescission of the retirement, we're here for a breach of a contract,
Yes,
and this is what we are here for.
yes.
So, motion to sustain the ruling of the attorney on this one.
So number 4 is very related. I'll just go through it. A list or any records which identify all town employees with permission to work from home and their job descriptions during any time since March 13th, 2020.
And again, can you explain how that would be relevant to the charges that are before the council tonight?
It's the same basis. We're here on the rescission of a contract. A defense or a response to that always is, well, you breached the contract. Therefore, I no longer had to abide by it. How did Gary Evans breach it? He interfered with the department in violation of Provision 2 or Section 2 of the retirement agreement.
And again, can you point to any part of paragraph 2 or any other part of the agreement that refers to Mr. Evans's obligations?
Okay, well, paragraph 2 begins with the parties. So both,
The parties, just for the sake of the council, I'll read the paragraph just because I think that provides context to all of these objections and admissibility. It says, this is 2, compliance with applicable law and charter requirements. The parties acknowledge that Chief Citron shall continue as chief of the police and in accordance with satisfactory compliance with requirements of law enforcement, federal, state, and local laws, and the Weathersfield Town Charter, including Section 602, open paren A, close paren. Accordingly, Chief Citron shall continue to address disciplinary, union, personnel, and operational issues, in accordance with labor rules and laws and past practices, period. Any promotions made by Chief Citron, shall be in accordance with past practices and laws, which shall be in accordance with testing and probationary requirements. Chief Citron shall keep the Director of Public Safety timely apprised of said actions. I read that to refer only to the obligations upon Chief Citron. Is there any other reading upon that imposes obligations, particular obligations on the town manager or any other town employees?
sure, I'll give an example. The parties acknowledge that Chief Citron shall continue as chief of police. So if Chief Citron returned to work on January 18, 2020, and Mr. Evans had said, okay, now you're gonna go work in Public Works, that would have been a violation. That would have been a violation by the town of paragraph 2 of this agreement.
How? There's nothing in there that talks about it might be a violation of something else, but where in here does it say anything about what Mr. Evans can or can't do?
The parties acknowledge that Chief Citron shall continue as chief of police? I don't know, that appears to me to be an agreement that Chief Citron would continue as chief of police.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. You're saying if he would not allow chief to return as the chief?
Right.
Oh, I'm
saying
sorry, I
like-
misunderstood you, of
right.
course.
And so just, in keeping with that, so Chief Citron comes back on January 18, 2020, and he's interfered with. He's not allowed to continue in accordance with satisfactory compliance with the requirements of law enforcement, federal, state, and local laws. In fact, he's asked to violate a collective bargaining agreement. And that's another one of our allegations.
But on the one, can you read again, the one the mayor is going to rule on right now, again?
Sure. List or any records which identify all town employees who worked from home and their job descriptions during any time since March 13, 2020.
Again, I don't see that relevant to the retirement letter.
Right? We could just move on to 6, because 5 is very similar to 4.
What's the next one?
Communications between Mr. Evans and Sergeant Luis Gonzalez, including but not limited to text messages, emails, written documents, notes, logs, since April 20th, 2019.
And so your point there again is that you should be able to delve into the goings-on of the department between the town manager and the chief as being relevant to the issues in the town manager's charge?
Yes, our offer of proof is that the town manager, when Chief Citron returned to work, I've already told you about the town manager's interference with a certain disciplinary measures from the firing range. But we have reason to believe that in violation of the chain of authority, that Gary Evans engaged with Sergeant Gonzalez to obtain information from the police department, highly inaccurate information from the police department, to undermine Chief Citran's authority. And that is in violation of the retirement agreement. It's interesting to note that when this search consultant first appeared, I mean, I take issue with the comment that they were in the middle of a search. May 17th was the first meetings with the search consultant. And it's interesting to note that Mr. Evans met with the search consultant on the first day, and then immediately thereafter it was Sergeant Gonzalez who met. And we would like access to various communications between Mr. Evans and Sergeant Gonzalez, because we have information to believe that the two of them interfered and undermined Chief Citran's authority after he came back. These are public records. It's just that in 5 days, you know, 2 of them being the weekend, we didn't necessarily have time to go through the FOI process.
And as was the basis of my suggesting that it wasn't relevant yesterday, I don't read that section of the agreement as having, it's agreement, terms in which the chief was given the ability to come back on as chief, and it described what his obligations were. I don't see anything in paragraph 2 that would impose any specific requirements on any other town personnel. So that was why I didn't think that information is relevant to the grounds that are listed by the town manager for the discharge related to the retirement agreement. That was my perspective yesterday, and that's my view, but it's your call, Mayor.
And I agree with you, Counselor Slater. I don't know if I have to remind everybody every single time they do it, but please, this is a public hearing. Please be cordial to everybody. Try not to have any outbursts. Obviously, people have their own opinions, but let's kind of have a nice decorum in here as we're going through this, please.
And you're next, Attorney Beard?
The next communications between Mr. Evans and Lieutenant/Acting Chief Crabtree, including but not limited to text messages, emails, written documents, notes, logs since April 20th, 2019. And the next one is the same request with regard to Lieutenant Connolly, for the same reasons requested with regard to Sergeant Gonzalez.
Again, all prior to the retirement, intent to retire, and then the intent to rescind that retirement, correct?
No, since April 19th, 2020, so that would include after he came back.
Okay. Were any of those in relation to the parameters of paragraph 2 of the retirement by the chief?
Yes, definitely. It's our position that it was part of the town manager's interference with Chief Citran's ability to continue as chief of police in accordance with the law, federal, state, and the town charter.
So again, it's been my interpretation that this set forth the obligations of the chief in coming back on out of paid administrative leave, and that this did not set out the specific obligations, responsibilities of the town. Those would be set forth in the charter themselves. We're not part of this agreement, and so that's why I didn't think that those were relevant.
Okay, thank you, and I concur.
The next, shall I proceed?
Please.
Records supporting the allegation that Gary Evans, as town manager, made against Chief Citran that he had cost the town $100,000 in the past 2 years, including but not limited to whether that amount includes the $100,000 payout to the officer involved in the fatal shooting on April 20th, 2019, and other costs paid by insurance.
Again, it's not relevant to the intent of the retirement and then the intent to rescind that retirement.
Again, I would argue that it's relevant and it provides context for the relationship between the town manager and Chief Citran that led ultimately to the town manager violating the retirement agreement when Chief Citran returned to work on January 18th, 2021.
Is yours your ruling, or?
Yes. Next one, please.
Number 11, purportedly, we have been provided those records, although they seem sparse, but I have no reason to believe that they're not the complete records regarding the retention of the police chief search firm, including but not limited to when the firm was retained, communications between Mr. Evans and the firm since March 1st, 2019, the number of payments to the firm and their amount, records of whom the search firm has spoken to, and when any work was performed, and when the town made payments to the search firm. I don't believe we've received any communications between Mr. Evans and the firm since March 1st, 2019, but perhaps there are none.
Right, just is there a dispute? If you could, Attorney Plum and Town Manager Evans, did you fully comply with the request for that section of
Well,
records?
we did comply and submitted documents relating to the, beginning from the search of the police chief, for the search that had to do with the police chief. So, frankly, I don't understand why would be any relevance prior to that period of time. Why do you need to go back to March 1, 2019?
Well, it's the same search firm that was used to identify Mr. Evans as a candidate for town manager. And I think it's important to know how far back his communications go with this search firm with regard to replacing Chief Citran. I think it's important for us to know whether that goes back into 2019 and 2020, which would support our other arguments that this was a campaign of harassment by the town manager to get rid of Chief Citran.
So my perspective, and I believe that request was relevant in that I thought it related to the information pertaining to the search of the chief that was given rise from the retirement agreement. I would suggest if historical information about searches unrelated to the search that came out of the retirement agreement, I would think those would be irrelevant. So I believe that they've complied if they provided everything that came up after the point in time the retirement agreement was entered into, and the information prior to that would be irrelevant, but that would be your judgment, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I concur. Anything prior to the notice of retirement would probably not fall under the auspices of this hearing tonight. So if Attorney Plum had provided documentation and correspondence between the search firm and Town Manager Evans post the intent to retire, then I would assume that is relevant information for you to have.
So post the intent to retire, so that would be after February, the intent to retire, February 6, 2021.
Or, yeah, what was that date? The January date? Yeah, January 13th.
Oh, okay, so the retirement agreement, the notice of intent to retire was February 6th.
Correct.
So I mean, I would propose if there was a communication between the town manager and the search firm prior to January 13, 2021, that said, for example, oh, we're finally getting them out of here, you know, we got him to sign this retirement agreement, and, you know, I'm gonna make sure that I, you know, make him glad that he's out of here, and I'm gonna continue to interfere with him and do all these kinds of things, not that it would be that explicit, but that it would certainly be relevant.
Again, you said after January 13th, so yes.
No, prior, I'm sorry, prior. Any communication like that would be relevant between the search firm and Gary Evans about replacing Chief Citran, even if it occurred in early 2020 or late 2019.
I don't understand how.
Yeah. I mean, it's not, again, the scope is for tonight to be talking about a rescission of an intent to retire. I don't know where any correspondence between a search firm and a town manager to the degree that you talked about would have any impact on the chief's intent to rescind his retirement.
I don't know what else to say, but in any breach of contract case, the person who the claim is made against is entitled to respond with, you breached it. And in showing that the town manager breached paragraph 2 of the retirement agreement, clearly a lot of factual support is needed. And part of that factual support is the background between the chief and the town manager.
One thing, could I clarify, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Is this isn't a breach of contract case. It is a termination of an employee based on the facts that were related to an agreement. So there was an agreement, and they will have to prove, you know, bear the burden of proof. But based on the opening arguments, there was an agreement with the town, your employee, the chief. He made an agreement, and then he took steps that were in violation of what he agreed to. A court of law is the only one that would decide on all kinds of complex legal theories about contracts and contract remedies. If, for example, you'd spent a lot of money and you were about to have a candidate and Chief Citran took a step and you lost a candidate and you believe that was caused financial harm to the town, you could bring a breach of contract action against the chief under the agreement, under the portion that Attorney Baird had referred to. That's not what this is. This is the actions of the chief under the context of that agreement, under the context of what the town was doing, whether that warrants the chief's dismissal, whether that's just cause for the chief's dismissal. The town manager believes so, but the decision is ultimately yours. So I just want to make clear the word breach and breaching the agreement, it's not your job to decide breach in the sense like a court does. But the facts, I don't think the facts are that much in dispute, if at all, regarding the retirement agreement itself, but we'll find that out. I just wanted to make that one clarification. There's, I think, there were 2 or 3 other records that you were requesting that I suggested were relevant that I think you should raise?
Well, if I could just comment on that, because I'm really confused now about the notice of dismissal, which is Council Exhibit 1. About 2/3 down on the first page, it says, breach of retirement agreement dated January 13, 2021 by Chief James Citran. So if we're not here on a breach, why does it say breach?
No, what I'm
Notice
saying,
of dismissal.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is this is not, a court of law is a court that decides whether a contract should be rescinded, whether contract remedies of damages should be awarded. Those are all breach of contract actions. From the standpoint, someone can make a determination that someone's in breach, which this council can, based on the plain language. So could the town manager, and you can assert how he wasn't in breach. But the actual breach of contract, if someone was going to go to court and get all the legal remedies associated with the breach, That's a different thing. That could happen in a court. I just want to make sure that you talk about how complicated contract law is. This is really employment law, and this is under these circumstances when an agreement was reached with the chief, and then the chief took the actions that he did. Is that warrant just cause to discharge him? And that's an employer's decision over his employee, and there has to be a hearing, which is what we're having here, before that decision is made. So I just, in case people were going to get tangled up, that the council is in a position to try to understand complex contract theory, it's not. So that's all I wanted to clarify. But I think there were two, before we could get going with evidence, I think there were still 2 or 3 more items that I had suggested to you I didn't believe were relevant. Am I right, or?
Right, but just to clarify, the retirement agreement is being seen as an agreement that Chief Citran made with the town, not as an agreement that the town made with Chief Citran.
No, that's not true. They're both, the town of Weathersfield and Chief Citran entered into an agreement that said he was going to retire on August 31, 2021. So that is the agreement between those parties, yes.
And it also said the town would do things.
What?
Excuse me?
Pay $8,500,
Well,
and it said he would be able to return to his position. There's a number of things that the town agreed to, yes. He would get benefits that,
now that we're on the notice of intent to dismiss, which is Council Exhibit 1, I just, now that you bring up the letter, it does incorrectly state that Chief Citran signed a letter dated January 13th, 2021, addressed to his attorney, Raymond Hassett. And just for the record, I wanted to make clear that I was not the attorney that represented Chief Citran during the negotiations for the retirement agreement. It's incorrect because his attorney, Raymond Hassett, signed the letter, not him. And so I think it's important to be accurate when we're talking about these things. Accurate that in the retirement agreement, there's nothing that says that Chief Citran agreed to it so that he wouldn't be put through the dismissal process of 7-278. And accurate in that Chief Citran didn't sign the letter dated January 13, 2021. His attorney did, and we still don't know how that came about. My understanding is, though, the attorney may testify. I don't know.
so back to the items, the remaining items that I had suggested, I didn't think, I don't have that authority. The council should make that ruling through the mayor, subject to potential appeal.
Written directives from Mr. Evans to Chief Citran telling Chief Citran not to engage with the protesters of the April 20, 2019 officer involved, fatal shooting. This is an allegation, again, that Mr. Evans made against Chief Citran, that he gave him written directives, and Chief Citran does not recall that. He could simply have forgotten, but he's requesting those written directives just to confirm what they were.
Okay. Those are all directives. The date of those were well before the retirement agreement? Is that-
Yes. But they were allegations that were made prior to Chief Citran going out on paid administrative leave in November 2020, which purportedly led to this retirement agreement for him to come back on January 18, 2021. But you're correct, there's no allegation about that here today. No allegation except that there was I don't know whether to call it a breach of the contract, whatever we want to call it.
And my referring, the word breach is fine. All I want to make, what I want to make clear to the council is that this is not, the Superior Court doesn't have the authority or the expertise to rule on issues of contract law. It's an employer making a decision under the facts that are going to come out during the hearing. And so that's, the request was for the documents that occurred prior to the formation of the agreement.
Right. Again, not relevant to this deliberation before this council. on an employment matter.
Records related to the promotion examination process for the open lieutenant position since November 23rd, 2020. As I argued earlier, this was a key component of Chief Citran's negotiation to retire. It wasn't his choice to retire, but certain representations were made to him, and he agreed to retire. And the representations made to him that he would oversee the promotion examination process for the open lieutenant position were breached and violated. And I'm requesting records to see exactly what was done with regard to that process, other than to delay it until August 31st, 2021. And I point to the retirement agreement, paragraph 2. Any promotions made by Chief Citran shall be in accordance with past practices and laws, which shall be in accordance with testing and probationary requirements.
Right. Says that Chief Citran must follow past practices and laws in accordance with testing and probation requirements. Does it, doesn't have any provisions in there regarding anyone else but Chief Citran?
Right.
It says he must follow past practices and laws. So,
And he attempted to do that. He attempted to obtain the funding to process the test, to draft the test, to make the test, and he was denied the funding by the town manager, and we want records of that.
now, did he suffer any financial harm as a result, if what you're describing is true? Did Chief Citran, was he harmed in any way as a result of any delays or any other actions with respect to filling that position?
He was harmed in that he agreed to retire on August 31st, 2021, and not earn the salary that he's currently earning, and to go on a pension in exchange for the representation that he would be able and not impeded from engaging in the promotion process.
And is that representation somewhere other than in this contract?
Excuse me?
Is it, you're referring to something other than this contract? Because there's nothing in the contract that makes a representation, is there?
The representation of what?
That he would be entitled to do, that he'd be entitled to something before he retired? It said he shall, any promotions made by Chief Citran shall be in accordance with past practices and laws, which shall be, isn't that an obligation on Chief Citran, not a right or an entitlement?
Well, he attempted to start the testing process and was forestalled because he does not have authority over the funding to do that.
Okay. Well, again, I don't see that as a part of this written retirement intent to retire. I see that you're trying to make some assumptions, but if they are past practices, and maybe we can cross-examine at some point Attorney Plum to the chief on the typical time frame that it would take for a lieutenant position to be filled, and then funding for such position would come from, I don't know if it would come from the town manager or from a vote of the town council, but if it's by past practices, then I don't believe that it would be pertinent to the hearing tonight.
Was that the last one, Attorney Baird?
Records of any payments, including but not limited to receipts for alcohol and/or food purchased by Mr. Evans at the Wooden Tap in the company of Weathersfield police officers following a protest about the April 20th, 2019 officer-involved fatal shooting.
Yeah.
I didn't see relevancy in that, but you might.
The relevance of that is one of the allegations made against Chief Citran by the town manager is that Chief Citran should not have gone to the former mayor's house when protesters were arriving there, protesters about the April 20th, 2019 fatal shooting. And meanwhile, while Mr. Evans was telling Chief Citran that he shouldn't be going to the former mayor's house to make sure that it was kept safe or whatever with regard to the protesters. Meanwhile, town manager is going out with officers following a protest and paying for alcohol and food after one of the protests.
You see these allegations, were those the ones during or prior to administrative leave that were not actually issued, or what are you referring to, allegations?
Yeah, there was a list, and I have it as an exhibit. It's called a draft notice of intent to dismiss from November 2020. And it was provided to Chief Citran, I mean, we would say somewhat as an intimidation factor when he went on paid administrative leave. And Chief Citran did reply to all of those, which we've provided this evening as one of the exhibits. So that occurred in November 2020, and we would argue that the allegations, intimidating as they were, they were untrue. And that's why we're not sitting here tonight arguing about those allegations. We're here on a breach of contract case where I guess it's not really breach because we don't want to complicate it, and we just want to look at whether Chief Citran rescinded his agreement and not the reasons why.
But those charges were not actually leveled against Chief Citran. He was not, there was no discharge, there was no notice to discharge Chief Citran for those allegations you're referring to in that paragraph, was there?
Of course not. They were only talked about in the media, that's all, but no allegations for dismissal, certainly.
Again, I don't see a relevancy to this proceeding tonight or this hearing tonight, so.
I mean, if I could just encapsulate, it's our position that the relationship between the town manager since he came on board in March 1st, 2019, and Chief Citran has been one of harassment. I would say bullying, but certainly I know Chief Citran doesn't feel that way. It's harassment, interfering, and it's important to know the background, to know that when Chief Citran came back on January 18, 2020, that behavior continued, and that is why the chief rescinded his retirement. But I don't know if that's important, the reason why he rescinded it. I'm gathering it's not.
So far, all that's happened is rulings on the relevancy of the information you were trying to, you were requesting before tonight's hearing. If that's the last of the evidentiary requests, I didn't want the record to make it clear that it shouldn't be my judgment, but yours ultimately of whether that was necessary in order to proceed tonight. I think the next step would be the beginning of evidence on behalf of the town manager.
And I just want to reiterate that we are proceeding under protest, that Chief Citran has been denied his due process rights. He continues to be denied his due process rights. And going back to what Attorney Plum said in 1992 in Ray Ambrosio, it was necessary for Chief Citran to know that breaching a contract, even though it wasn't his breach, it was the town's breach, but breaching a contract, exercising his right to rescind his intent to retire after the town breached the contract could result in dismissal for just cause. Especially when there was nothing in the retirement agreement that said that. And in fact, the retirement agreement said that remedy was to go to court.
Are you done, Attorney Baird? With opening statement.
Mayor, we're almost 2 hours in now. Just wondering if we could take maybe a 5-minute break, or at least a break to recess to the call of the chair.
Sure.
If that's reasonable to everybody else.
Yeah, it's 8:51, so 9 o'clock. Motion to recess, subject to the call of the chair.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We're in recess till 9 o'clock. No.
Can I ask a question? Why can't you know the reasons that led to Chief Citran's decision? Why is the town preventing you, the citizens, from knowing why he made that decision?
Apparently it's irrelevant. According to them, everything's irrelevant.
What kind of attorney is that guy up there? What? I mean, oh my God.
Yeah, I know. They did. Well, I knew that, myself.
Sue. Right. Two.
That's the longest she can push. I don't know what you're gonna do.
Yep. You have to be on my 10.
Yeah, I noticed it's 9 o'clock, so and that's, I'm a typewriter too, so, I factor in some reading and all that too. But, I mean, I think it's
Yep. We'll have a video record. Okay.
Yeah, the email, your rescission.
Okay, we can 11. Council rules, the council can then decide, we would have a motion to continue. It's that simple. It's quick. Absolutely. No, we've gone to 3 a.m.
Yeah, I know, is
Before your time. We've had council meetings that started like, come and ends at 11. That agenda items is double up. I can show you pictures in there if you want to see the councils that did it.
Okay. We'll call the hearing back to order, and I think where we left it, Attorney Baird, you had finished your opening remarks?
Yes.
Okay. And I think we'll turn to Attorney Plum.
I'd like to call Mr. Evans to the stand.
Please.
May I?
You may.
Mr. Evans, when were you appointed town manager?
March 1st, 2019.
And before being selected as town manager, do you have any experience in municipal government?
Had about 20 years' experience managing people, programs, projects, and budgets in the public sector municipal government.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities as a town manager?
Objection, I don't see how this has any relevance to the parameters that the town council has made for this hearing. If it's just about the breach of the agreement, I don't know how Mr. Evans' duties have any relevance to that.
Attorney Plum?
Well,
could you
we're
re-
just trying to put the background of what the town manager does vis-à-vis what the chief does.
Well, that's what I was trying to do too.
Overruled, please.
What are your general duties and responsibilities, Mr. Evans?
To manage the day-to-day operations of town government, that with all department heads, all town department heads reporting to me. That includes the Department of Public Safety, which consists of the chief of police, the fire chief, as well as the chief building inspector,
And when you became town manager, who was the chief of police?
James Citran.
Have you ever placed him on administrative leave?
Yes,
Approximately when did that happen?
November 23rd, 2020.
And were you considering dismissing him at that time?
Objection,
Basis?
I thought that wasn't relevant. I thought we were just here on the contract issue.
May I respond? That the issue is the basis for the contract in terms of the fact it's relevant as to why an agreement was negotiated. At this point, once the agreement is negotiated, it's not relevant what ultimately resulted in the leave or placed him on the leave. In other words, we need to know why the contract was negotiated between the parties and not, at this point, the reasons why he was going to be terminated, because that's by the boards. We've already got an agreement that took care of that. So what-
You can't add to the contract. The contract is what it is. For example, I know Attorney Plum tried to add a provision earlier saying that Chief Citran entered into the contract to avoid dismissal proceedings, but the contract doesn't say that, and you can't add outside information to a written contract, so I object.
Well, this, again, it's not the breach of contract action, Mr. Mayor. This is, the facts giving rise to an agreement are relevant. Thank you. So, sorry, Mr. Mayor, the facts that gave rise to the agreement, to the reason for an agreement, are relevant, in my view anyway, to just understand how this retirement agreement came to be.
Correct. So, did you make a motion to, what was your motion?
With objection.
Well,
Objected to the comment on the proceedings of the November 20th document? It was,
Well, the information about why the agreement was entered into, the agreement speaks for itself. I mean, we tried to establish a background for the, what we say was a breach of the town manager's breach of the agreement after Chief Citran came back to work, and that was ruled as not relevant. So if that's not relevant, how is it relevant why an agreement was made? The agreement speaks for itself. You can't bring outside testimony, oral statements into a written agreement.
Could you ask the question
The
again?
question was just whether or not the town manager considered dismissing him when he placed him on administrative leave. And that's a fair question because ultimately there was an agreement reached that didn't result in the dismissal because the chief came back. Now, why all that happened is not relevant because then we had an agreement. And that's what we're bringing as the notice of charge, that there was an agreement that was violated. But how we got to the agreement based on the administrative leave then the chief coming back, I think that's relevant.
You know, I object, because once we go into that area, then Chief Citran has a right to talk about each and every one of those reasons that were set forth for his potential dismissal, which are not true, and he has a right to show that if you're gonna bring it up.
Well, what Chief Citran will be able to testify to, objections, and how that will all unfold as the hearing proceeds. But this is a question about what led to an agreement with the chief. I think that background is, in my view, is relevant.
Okay, well, I'll consider this opening the door then, and I will want to readdress our requests for relevant documents, given the testimony that's being elicited at this point.
If I may continue? So,
Yes, you may.
Has there been a ruling yet?
I gotta, yeah.
Either sustain or overrule that objection. And I recommend overruling.
Overrule, yeah.
Mayor, I object to that.
Yeah.
So you move to appeal.
Move to appeal the chair on that particular aspect of it. But I need a second.
Second.
You overrule, my understanding of the rule of the chair, just so I'm clear, is that the council you're allowing them to ask about the background prior to the institution of this contract. And there has been a lot of discussion, and it seems like all of your previous rulings were that was irrelevant. Now you're allowing that type of discussion. So I would object, I would appeal the ruling of the chair, and I believe that the objection should be sustained and get right to the contract if that's what we're here for.
We can vote on that motion. Yeah.
Motion on the floor to appeal the ruling of the chair that the question is permissible.
No, not that the question is permissible, that the objection should, I guess it's saying it the opposite way, that the objection should be sustained. Yep.
Well, I just wanted to have a brief discussion on that, because a lot of during the opening statements, it was about specific documents that have been requested. I think, this would be questioning the witnesses on sort of the background, but I do take your point that, maybe if we are really just want to focus on the contract, then we can just do that. But I think it's, the objection is, in the discussion about the documents not being permitted, it seemed that, there was an implication that, oh, you don't want this to come out, but now but now you're objecting to things coming out, but that's okay. I think, I do tend to concur with Councilor Forrest. I guess if we're going to just focus on the agreement and whether it was breached, I don't know, perhaps we should just do that.
Deputy Mayor.
Can we ask Attorney Plum to restate his question?
We
If you wanna-
you cannot lead him in his cross-examining.
Right, but if Councilman Forrest wants to rescind your motion, I'll be happy to sustain the Attorney Baird's objection.
I can't, because technically it's been seconded and it's on
Okay.
the floor of the council,
So we can,
pursuant to Robert's rules.
so as,
It could be withdrawn if you know what's going to happen next, but either
Yeah,
way.
but, or you can just,
right,
we understand what you're talking about.
okay. Motion to overrule the ruling of the chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
all right, Mr. Evans, was there a retirement agreement reached with the Chief Citran?
Yes.
Show you what, I guess the council's marked as Exhibit C. This is the notice of intent to dismiss. If you could turn to Exhibit 1 for that agreement. I just want to confirm, is that your signature on that agreement?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how long did it take to negotiate that agreement?
About 2 months.
And what generally are the terms of the agreement?
That Chief Citran would agree to retire on August 31st, 2021, that I would not proceed with any action against him, and that we would pay his attorney $8,500 related to the agreement.
Okay. And
If I could just ask, what exhibit is he looking at?
Exhibit 1 on C,
And how
I
many
guess-
pages does it have?
the three
Okay.
pages.
I just heard him mention a letter, and I don't know
That's Exhibit 2.
if, right.
Are you all set? Okay. Why was it important to have the retirement date?
Among other things, it provided a timeline by which we knew the chief would be leaving. It allowed me the opportunity to create an open recruitment option.
Were any monies paid as a result of this agreement?
Yes, we paid $8,500 to the chief's attorney.
And where is that referenced in the agreement?
It's in a separate letter.
And draw your attention to Exhibit 2. What's Council Exhibit 3? Is that the letter you're referring to?
Yes,
Did the town pay the $8,500 to the chief's attorney?
yes, we did.
Okay, back to the retirement agreement itself. I want to draw your attention to the paragraph 1, and there's a reference to the chief issuing a retirement notice. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that paragraph? How did that come about?
The purpose was that the chief wanted to make the announcement himself that he was retiring, and rather than include an entire retirement agreement, he wanted to send a letter to inform the public and his staff.
Okay. If you will, on that document, turn to Exhibit 3. Is that the letter you referenced in paragraph 1 of the agreement?
Yes, it is.
All right. Did you have any involvement in the preparation of that letter?
No, I did not.
Did you give it, did the Chief Citran give it to you as a draft to look at?
No, he did not.
All right, so based on the retirement agreement, what was your understanding what his retirement date was?
August 31st, 2021.
And that was a date that had been negotiated between the parties?
Yes, it was.
Is there anything in the retirement agreement that gave him the right to change that date?
He could retire sooner.
Okay, what about retiring at a later date?
No, there's no provision for that other than with mutual consent from the town.
Did the town ever agree to extend the chief's retirement beyond August 31, 2021?
No, we did not.
And did this agreement give the chief the ability to rescind his agreement to retire on August 2021?
No, it did not.
Following the execution of the retirement agreement, did you take any, did the chief, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Following the execution of the retirement agreement, did the chief return to work from administrative leave?
Yes, he did.
And approximately when did he return?
January 18th, 2021.
So is it fair to say that upon his return, there were no actions, disciplinary actions against him at that time?
Correct.
You didn't institute any actions against him at that time?
I did not.
Because you had agreed that he would return from the administrative leave, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and did you take any actions to find a replacement for the chief?
I did. We started the process to bring on a consultant. So understanding that we have a procurement policy within the town that requires us to go through a certain process, I began researching executive level or executive office search firms that did that type of work. I also reached out to a number of municipalities in the state that had recently done a number of executive level searches, and then compiled that information and ran it through our procurement officer for the town, who reviewed it and determined that ultimately there is a section within the policy that allows for professional services, and the research met that standard, and so I was able to go out and forego a sealed bid process for, to hire a recruiter.
Why was the decision made to conduct a national search?
Ultimately, I had been without an HR manager for a period of time. We had one that was coming on board. I felt that we didn't have the capacity to do the search in-house, and also felt that I wanted to provide the furthest reach as possible for the chief's replacement.
And who did you eventually retain?
Strategic Government Resources, or SGR.
Okay, why did you retain SGR?
They, a number of reasons. They had shown up in my research, but also because they were, the town was familiar with them. They had done the town manager recruitment in 2018. So they have a familiar product, but they also are known throughout the state. They've done some work, and they have done some work nationally. So I know I was able to get a large group of candidates, and again, we were familiar with their product.
Did the town enter into a contract with SGR?
Yes, we did.
All right, I'd like to show you what's marked as Exhibit 4 on that notice of intent. You recognize that document?
I do.
And is that your signature on that document?
Yes, it is.
And what's the date of the contract?
April 27th, 2021.
So after the SGR contract was signed in late April, what happened next in terms of recruitment?
I had a number of phone calls with Doug Thomas, who's the recruiter for SGR, and at that time, I had just recently brought on the new HR manager. During the first few conversations, we set a very loose timeline and some next steps so that I can inform the council as to where we were in the process. During the conversation with the recruiter, he said the first step, we needed to create the personal profile brochure, it's essentially the job description, the ideal candidate, information about the ideal candidate that we're looking for, and some issues about, or some questions about needs and barriers and impediments for the new chief. And their recommendation was to have a two-part strategy. Part one is to have a number of meetings with department heads, staff, council members, and then the second component is to do a community forum where you would invite community members to participate to help kind of form the profile.
I want to show you what, I'd like to mark as, I guess, Town Exhibit 1. We don't have any town exhibits to date, I don't think. Mr. Evans' document, as well as council. We have the chair pass that out. Anyone else? So I'd like to have it marked as Town Exhibit 1.
Matt, has a foundation been laid?
Yes, the foundation was that this was the list of activities. He described an upcoming list of activities that were going to take place. This document memorializes those activities.
Okay, if I could voir him, Mr. Evans?
Sure.
Did you draft this document, Town Exhibit 1?
I did it in consultation with my HR manager and my executive secretary.
And who is your HR manager?
Claudia Tata.
And who's your, did you say executive secretary?
Yep, Cheryl Pierce.
No further questions, no objection.
Mr. Evans, could you just briefly review the items listed there so that the council has a flavor of what recruitment activities were taking place?
So this was the schedule that ultimately got drafted for when Doug Thomas would meet with individuals from either town council, town departments, over the period of Monday, May 17th, 18th, and 19th.
All right, and did you speak to Chief Citran regarding any of these activities?
So for, when I found out we were going to do a community forum, we started to create what a press release would look like, and I had reached out to the chief to give him basically the heads up that we were going to do a community forum, that we were going to be sending out a press release soon, simply because May 17th, 18th, 19th was going to come up very quickly, and I recognized that in order to do this properly, I needed to get something out to the Rare Reminder, which is a local newspaper. They had a cutoff on Monday, so in order to advertise this properly and make sure I had the community notified, I wanted to make sure the chief knew ahead of time, but that I was going to have to turn it around quickly.
And what was the chief's response?
He said, okay.
Give you any further response?
Nope.
Is there any written follow-up by you?
Yes, I sent probably maybe 2 hours later, a few hours later, I sent him an email kind of following up on the conversation and attaching the press release.
Okay. I'd like to mark for, it's Town Exhibit 2. And again, for the record, council was provided these documents prior to this hearing, is that correct?
Yep. No objection.
So is this the press release you were referring to?
It is.
And the email to the chief?
Yeah, May 7th, yes, that is correct.
All right, and how did the chief respond to this email?
There was no response.
Okay, and how did the chief, or any other contact, did you have any other contact with the chief regarding the SGR recruitment activities?
Yes, the HR manager reached out to the chief to confirm, allow him to select a date and time to meet with Doug Thomas.
Okay, and did he ever get back to her?
He did not.
After your, actually, what was his response? You said you never heard a response?
Well, he initially reached out to her and stated that he didn't have his calendar on him.
Okay, and so
And
did
that he was gonna have to
did
get
he get back to her after that?
There was no
Just
response.
to make the record clear?
No.
Okay. Now, after your May 7th email, what was your next communication with the chief regarding the recruitment efforts?
I received the chief's email rescinding, withdrawing his retirement.
Okay, and if I could ask you to look at Exhibit 5 on the notice of intent. Again, the council has. Is that the email you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And when's it dated?
May 14th, 2021.
So this was the same date Human Resource contacted the chief regarding a possible SGR meeting?
That is correct.
And what was your reaction to receiving this email?
I was shocked, frustrated.
And why is that?
We had mutually reached an agreement with attorneys involved. The town had paid $8,500 towards the attorney's fees for the chief. He had agreed to retire on August 31st, and I agreed that I wasn't going to take any further action.
Did you have any concerns, additional concerns regarding these emails, his email and the impact on the town?
I did. So, not only was it the issue of the agreement, but obviously I saw this, I had concerns that this would have a negative impact on the recruitment process. We had already gone out and incurred some costs related to the recruiter. We had already notified the public that we were moving forward with a community forum. The chief had already announced that he was retiring, so we had already kind of created that buzz that there was going to be an open recruitment process. I think from an external perspective, it created a lot of confusion and maybe adjusted some of the perception of, this change kind of creates that perception of what's going on. Is he leaving or is he not leaving? If I was an individual who's applying for this job, I'm not so sure I would continue with the application simply because I'm not sure if the chief is leaving or not. From an internal perspective, I would be concerned, first the chief says he's leaving, then he says he's not leaving. Is he, who's in charge? How long is he going to be in charge for? How long is he staying for? So, kind of a series of concerns.
And you indicated, at this point, had SGR incurred expenses?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what we'll mark as Town Exhibit 3. Identification first. Now, could you explain, who is Doug Thomas?
Doug Thomas is the consultant from Strategic Government Resources, or SGR, that's assigned to the town. And he was the gentleman who was up here on May 17th, 18th, and 19th running the programs.
Okay, and did you request that from him, for purposes of this hearing, an update on the expenses incurred to date?
I did.
And is that his response?
Yes, this is his breakdown.
I'd like to mark that as Town Exhibit 3.
No objection.
In addition to these expenses, what kind of time and effort has been put in by the town with regard to the recruitment process?
A substantial amount in terms of my own time, the HR manager coming on board, procurement officers, meeting with different town staff, town employees, department heads, have spent a lot of time meeting, reviewing documentation. A considerable amount of effort has gone into scheduling.
Now, when the chief sent you his, what I will refer to as in Exhibit 5, the rescission notice, did you consider canceling the future SGR events?
No,
Why not?
in my opinion, we had a contract with the chief, an agreement with the chief, and I had an agreement and a contract with SGR, and I was moving forward with both.
And before the chief sent you the May 14th email that's in Exhibit 5, did he tell you he was sending it?
No, he did not.
So did you have any advance notice that was coming?
I did not.
Did the chief ever claim that, or tell you that he was going to rescind his retirement date?
He did not.
Is it fair to say you were totally blindsided by it?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now, you're looking at the notice of charge, and is that your signature on the front page of that
No.
document?
Yes, it is. It's my initials, but yes.
Okay. So what's your recommendation to the council regarding Chief Citran's employment,
I'm recommending termination.
and why is that?
Well, to start with, we had an agreement. It was negotiated between attorneys. He was to retire on August 31st, 2021. I wasn't going to take any further action against him. We had paid his counsel $8,500 for negotiation on his behalf. In my opinion, the action to rescind and the timing of it, with the fact that we had already started a recruitment process, which negatively impacted the recruitment process, creates a number of issues, again, both from an external and internal standpoint. From an external standpoint, we've made commitments to an organization that we were going to retain them to go through a search. The notice went out there. People began, some interest started to begin out in the community. Ultimately, the community was advised that we were going to be moving forward and the chief was going to be retired, or going to be retiring. If I'm an individual who's applying for a high-level position and I'm seeing that there's some instability going on within an organization, I'm not so sure I want to move to that organization or even take the time to apply for that organization. I think internally, again, it causes a lot of confusion in terms of the structure and just instability. Is the chief retiring or is he not retiring? Is there going to be an opportunity for advancement? Are things going to stay the way they are? So I think, that plays a role. And then third, I think this action of taking an agreement and then ultimately just dismissing the agreement that's in place and deciding to move forward in a different direction goes against the code of conduct of the general orders related to police conduct.
Turning to those general orders, you've listed some in the notice of intent. Could you just briefly review for the council what your concerns are regarding the chief's action as in compared with those general orders?
So 5A1, compliance with division policy and procedures, it states, any misconduct prejudicial to the good order and repute of this division will subject the employee to disciplinary action up to possible dismissal from the division. Ultimately, the decision to have an agreement and then kind of announce that you're not going to follow that agreement impacts the reputation of the division. And causes confusion and instability within the organization. So essentially, that's why I was looking at the good order. Under 2, conduct unbecoming of an officer. That an officer will remain constant and, where is it? Perform their duties in an efficient, honest, and businesslike manner. Again, we had an agreement in place. The agreement was enforced that he would retire August 31st, 2021. Decisions were made based off of that, and to turn around and then ultimately not agree to follow a legal binding agreement is not efficient, it's not honest, and it's not businesslike. And then C, conduct toward public. The law enforcement officer shall have a life in a manner such as will inspire confidence and trust. Again, there's an agreement in place. How can a town manager, how can a department head, how can a member of the community sit across from the police chief and trust that when he says he's going to do something, he's going to do something? And then lastly, deportment. All personnel shall be truthful at all times and under all circumstances. And again, the concern is trust and truthfulness.
So what's your recommendation to the council?
Again, my recommendation at this time is termination.
Nothing further?
Thank you. Attorney Plum?
If I could interrupt one moment. I was asked one question while I was sitting up here of whether or not there's a requirement that the witness be put under oath. I'm not aware of one that's required. We haven't discussed that, but if we think it's a good idea, I can just ask, I can, after the fact, ask Mr. Evans to just confirm that all his testimony is true under the penalty of perjury, or would we prefer to agree that it's not necessary to put our witnesses under oath?
It should apply to everyone, I guess.
Right.
Okay.
No, agreed.
You raise your right hand, Mr. Evans? Do you swear or affirm, whatever the case may be, that the testimony that you just provided was true and that you will provide was true under penalty of perjury?
I do.
And can I just confirm for the record, so we've had 3 town exhibits, Town Exhibit 1, 2, and 3. Those are all admitted? No
Yes.
objection?
No objection.
All right, and subject to rebuttal, well, I'm sorry, it's cross.
Attorney Barron?
Thank you. Mr. Evans, what obligations, if any, do you believe that the town had under the retirement agreement? Yes.
May you, could you just speak into the microphone? Just as you turn that way.
I can't hear.
Hello? Yeah. I'll
I believe they are. So just speak into it as you're facing that way. We can't hear you up here, at least I can't.
Sure. Mr. Evans, with regard to the retirement agreement that was signed on January 13th, 2021, what obligations, if any, do you believe that the town had to Chief Citran under that agreement?
The obligation for him to return to his office as the chief of police.
And do you see that, in other words, the town had an obligation to allow or permit Chief Citran to return to his office as chief of police?
Yes.
Any other obligations under the retirement agreement that you see the town as having?
I mean, I think the retirement agreement kind of stipulates the terms of his return.
Excuse me?
I believe it stipulates the terms of his return, so I don't know if there's any additional.
With regard to paragraph 2 under the retirement agreement, in your opinion, does the town or did the town have any obligations under paragraph 2 to Chief Citran?
That he could act as chief in accordance with those items that were mentioned. So town charter, including section 602A, and address disciplinary, union, personnel, and other operational issues in accordance with labor rules and laws and past practices.
And did he in fact do that?
Yes?
What promotions, if any, were pending or in process when Chief Citran returned to work on January 18, 2021?
Objection, how is that relevant to whether there's a breach of the agreement?
Well, our argument is that under paragraph 2, the agreement was that Chief Citran would come back to work and any promotion shall be in accordance with past practices and laws. And so our position is that the town had an obligation to Chief Citran under the agreement, and we're eliciting testimony about whether the town fulfilled that agreement.
And my response to that is that paragraph 2 talks about the agreement, the obligations of the chief. The town brought him back, but he could only remain as long as he addressed all of these issues. You'll notice there's nothing in there relating to the town, what the town manager has to do. It's all what the chief has to do.
Well, I guess it all depends how you read it. From our perspective, there was an agreement that Chief Citran would be left to run the department, and that was a basis for his return. So I'm asking this witness about the promotion process, and I want to elicit testimony about whether the chief was allowed to pursue the promotion process for any open positions.
And again, I'd renew my objection, because what does that have to do with the chief's decision to rescind his retirement agreement and the date?
It had everything to do with it, basically, because the town did not fulfill its obligations under paragraph 2 as it promised to do in exchange for the retirement.
And Attorney Plum, you objected to her,
The line of inquiry about the lieutenant promotional process on the basis that that has no relevance to the chief's action in what he did to rescind the agreement. There's nothing in here that says that about the obligations of the town manager vis-à-vis the promotional process. The chief just has to follow the promotional process in accordance with past practice. So it's what the chief has to do. It's not what the town manager has to do.
okay, your objection is sustained. Or, let's see, was it your objection?
Yes.
Where in the retirement agreement, if anywhere, does it state that Chief Citran or the town cannot rescind the agreement?
I don't believe it states anywhere that, I don't think the language of rescission is in the agreement. Or the ability to rescind is in the agreement.
Where, if anywhere, does it say in the agreement that any rescission of the agreement would result in dismissal or termination?
It does not.
Do you consider the email that Chief Citran sent to you on May 14th, 2021 as a rescission or a withdrawal of his notice of intent to retire?
Could you repeat the
Do
question?
you consider the email that Chief Citran sent to you on May 14th, 2021 to be a withdrawal of his notice of intent to retire?
Yes, he said it to rescind/withdraw.
Okay, and did that create a dispute with the town?
Yes.
Okay. And in paragraph 7 of the retirement agreement, how does it indicate that disputes should be addressed?
Well, it discusses the venue to be in the state of Connecticut and state or federal court. That the
And-
applicable law and venue.
And does it say the parties agree that any claim or dispute arising out of a breach of this retirement agreement shall be adjudicated in state or federal court within the state of Connecticut?
Yes.
Now, you testified about the email that Chief Citran sent to you on May 14th of 2021, correct? And I believe that's included as Exhibit 5 to your notice of intent to dismiss?
Yes.
Okay, do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I'd like to mark this exhibit as respondents. Are we the respondent? Is that agreeable? Respondents, Exhibit 1, for identification at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Evans, do you recognize in Respondents Exhibit 1 for identification the same email as in Exhibit 5 to the Notice of Intent to Dismiss that Chief Citran sent you on May 14th, 2021?
Yes.
Excuse me, Attorney Baird, do you have a copy for the council?
Oh, okay, I didn't, okay. And is it is that the bottom of the first page of Respondents Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Council, can we just wait until we pass it out?
Oh, I have copies for everybody, I just didn't know it was admitted yet.
Well, we're not using, sorry.
No, it's not admitted yet, but the council can see it. If the
Oh,
chair
everybody
rules
can
that
still
it's
see it.
inadmissible,
Okay.
then it won't come in.
Thank you.
I take yours back. So you've already indicated at the bottom of page 1 of Response Exhibit 1, that's the same email as appears at Exhibit 5 to your notice of intent to dismiss?
Yes.
Okay. And did you respond to Chief Citran's email?
I did.
Fair to say that in Exhibit 5 to the notice of intent to dismiss, that you did not include your response to Chief Citran's email?
As part of Exhibit 5, no, I did not.
Right. And how did you respond to Chief Citran's email on May 14, 2021?
Would you like me to read it?
Oh, may it be admitted?
With no objection.
Okay. Yes, if you could go ahead and read it.
Chief Citran, I received your email today stating that you are rescinding your prior resignation as chief. It is my understanding that your retirement and final day of service to the town is part of a binding contract that is not subject to rescission, withdrawal, or modification by either you or the town without mutual agreement. I will forward your emails to the town attorney to confirm my understanding.
Okay, and at anywhere in your response to Chief Citran, did you say that this is conduct that subjects you to dismissal or termination for just cause?
With this email, I did not.
Did you ever say that to Chief Citran?
I did not.
Do you know if anyone ever said that to Chief Citran?
I don't recall if, I don't know to
And
answer that question.
did you follow up with Chief Citran in any way after that May 14, 2021 response to his email?
I did not.
Now, you have signed contracts with regard to employment in other circumstances since you've been town manager, correct?
Yes, yes, I have.
And there's various provisions that can be included in employment contracts.
I'm going to object on the basis of relevancy. What's in another agreement has no bearing on what's in this agreement. This is the agreement we're talking about.
Well, there was testimony on direct examination about what was and was not in this agreement, as if to say, oh, since there's not anything saying you can rescind, that means you can't rescind. And so I was going to ask the town manager about other agreements where the language has been much stronger about challenging or the enforceability of the agreement, and asking him why he didn't include that in this agreement.
And again, I'll renew my objection. What does that have to do
Right.
with this agreement?
That-
Those are separate agreements, negotiated separately under various circumstances. They're not determinative. We're looking at the four corners of this agreement, not other agreements.
Right. And each agreement, I would assume, is taken on its own merit, be it a termination agreement or a hiring agreement. So with that, I do move to sustain the objection.
Is there any provision in the retirement agreement with Chief Citran prohibiting him from challenging the enforceability of the agreement?
Could you repeat that?
Is there anything in the retirement agreement with Chief Citran preventing him from challenging the enforceability of the agreement.
No,
Okay, and you signed the agreement, correct?
I did.
Okay, and right above your signature on the third page, it indicates that the parties hereunder have voluntarily executed the foregoing settlement agreement and full and final release of claims on the dates shown. Do you see that?
I do.
Would also like to address your attention to paragraph 5 of the retirement agreement, where it indicates this agreement constitutes the complete understanding between Chief Citran and the town. No other promises and agreements shall be binding or of any effect unless signed by the parties. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you know if there were any other promises or agreements with regard to Chief Citran?
There was a separate letter.
Okay, and the letter you're talking about is again attached to the notice of intent to dismiss, Exhibit 2, correct?
Yes,
Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay. And you didn't sign this letter, right?
No, I did not.
But did you review it?
I can't recall.
Well, do you know when you first saw it?
I did review this.
Okay.
I did
And-
review this, yeah.
And when did you review it?
Prior to execution,
Prior to execution of what?
the agreement,
Okay, so you reviewed,
the letter, yeah, as part of it.
oh, okay, so you reviewed the January 13, 2021 letter that's Exhibit 2 to the notice of intent to dismiss prior to it being signed by anyone?
I don't recall.
Is it your testimony that this letter is part of the retirement agreement, the 3-page retirement agreement that was signed by Chief Citran?
It is a separate agreement, but it constituted the entire process that we had went through.
Okay, so it was 2 agreements.
It was an agreement, and then there was a separate agreement that was done between the parties.
Okay. So, in the letter agreement, it doesn't have any provision whereby Chief Citran would retire on a certain date, does it?
In the second, in Exhibit 2?
Yes. Well, I guess it's Exhibit,
Or
yeah, Exhibit 2 to the notice of intent to
to this,
dismiss.
correct. No, it was the 2 of these documents combined that constituted the, kind of the total understanding of of what was taking place.
Okay.
So it doesn't state this on this letter, no.
Okay, so it's 2 agreements, but it's your testimony that they're combined.
I saw the agreements as this was part of it, right? There was an agreement, the first part of the agreement existed, and then as part of that, the town was agreeing to compensate the chief's attorney. So I guess it's 2 letters, 1 agreement,
Okay.
1 overarching agreement.
So are you saying that the letter agreement is a separate agreement or an amendment to the retirement agreement?
I think it's a separate agreement.
was it important for you or the town to set a timeline, as you put it, for the chief's departure?
I think it did a number of things. It put the town on notice that the chief was looking to retire. It created an opportunity for us to begin the process to hire someone new. And, you know, it's a good form of communication. It let people know what we were doing when we were doing it. It also gave the chief an opportunity to be there to assist with the budget, and also let people know he was retiring. It gave that opportunity and a length of time for when he would be leaving.
Oh, okay, so I had taken your testimony to mean that the town was interested in Chief Citran retiring and wanted a timeline. But is it your testimony that he came to you and said he wanted to retire?
It was part of the agreement that he would retire.
Okay. And when you say part of the agreement, you're talking about the retirement agreement, right?
Correct.
And prior to that, prior to November of 2020, was there any interest by the town in setting a timeline for the chief to retire?
Prior to what date?
November of 2020,
2020.
when the chief went on paid administrative leave.
No.
Okay, so you put the chief on paid administrative leave in November 2020, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then this interest in creating a timeline for him to retire developed, right?
As correct.
Okay, and there's nothing in the retirement agreement that says his agreement to retire had anything to do with dispensing of any pending charges or allegations constituting just cause for dismissal.
I wouldn't have signed the agreement if we hadn't come to an agreement that he would retire.
Okay, but there's nothing in the agreement that says that it was signed by Chief Citran in consideration of the town's agreement not to have a hearing on just cause for dismissal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you could go to Town Exhibit 1. Prior to May 17th, had any representatives of SGR come to Connecticut for the search related to the new chief of police?
For the town of Weathersfield?
Yep.
No.
And with regard to Town Exhibit 3, prior to June 14th, 2021, had SGR communicated at all with you about what the accrued costs or expenses were at that point?
Could you just confirm the date you said prior to?
Yeah, June 14, 2021, the date of Town Exhibit 3?
And the question was, had they confirmed the expense that they incurred so far?
Right.
No. The contract speaks to how they're going to bill in a third, but I had not received a breakdown prior to this as to what that number was.
And it's fair to say that you requested this breakdown on Monday, June 14th, after having issued the notice of intent to dismiss Chief Citran on June 9th, correct?
I had actually correct. I had requested it a number of times because the end of the year was coming.
Okay, so it's your testimony that you requested it prior to June 9th, 2021? Or June 14th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And did you bring any records or documents related to those requests or responses?
It was, no,
How much has the town actually paid to SGR at this point?
nothing.
And was this contract subject to any vetting process or bidding process or review process?
It went through the procurement review process.
And when did that start?
I want to say beginning of January. I can't remember the exact date.
Was it before January 13th, 2021?
Can't, it was, yeah, it probably was. I can't recall the exact date.
Okay, so even before Chief Citran agreed to retire, you were already looking at search for firms for the hiring process for a new chief of police?
I wasn't sure which way we were going to go at that time, yes.
How would you describe your relationship with Chief Citran since your arrival on March 1st, 2019?
We've certainly had our ups and downs.
Was there any discussion when you became town manager with regard to Chief Citran's continued employment as chief of police with the town?
We had some discussions after a few months of me being here.
Okay, and after a few months would be May or June of 2019?
Probably around June,
And when you say we, who's we had discussions?
he and I.
Oh, okay. Did you have discussions with anyone else?
About,
Chief Citran's continued employment with the town?
not, I'm going to say I'm sure I had, but I think never really a direct conversation about him going or staying.
When did you begin to point out to Chief Citran what you believed were deficiencies in his performance?
I'm going to object. What is that? Again, we're back to the agreement, whether there was a violation of the agreement. This question sounds like an attempt to go back and look at all the things that we just decided were not relevant.
If you're going back to, as you said, August of, or what date did you?
2019.
2019? Yeah, I mean, I think we've already crossed that line already, so sustained.
After Chief Citran returned from paid administrative leave on January 18, 2021, did you become involved in disciplinary matters at the police department?
Again, object. What's the relevance to whether the contract was violated by the chief?
Well, this is after the contract was signed, after the agreement was signed. And so it's relevant with regard to, again, why the chief rescinded his notice of intent to retire.
Again, our point is that, did the chief violate the agreement or not? Why he may have decided to do it doesn't go to whether or not he did it.
It does. I mean, if you have an agreement with somebody to, purchase something and you agree to pay for it, and you don't pay for it, then they don't give you the product. I mean, it's an agreement. It's a two-way street. And so we have to be able to ask questions about our direction on the street, not just listen to what their direction is.
This goes back to where we were before, and I don't, Mayor's view, but this is that paragraph 2 of the agreement again, and whether or not it's solely responsible, it solely deals with the the chief's responsibilities to follow the charter, or whether this also includes obligations on the, particular obligations on the town manager. And my read of it is this is something that imposes an obligation on the chief, but there's not any specific obligations that are taken on by the town here. It's giving him the privilege to return as chief, and it tells him how he is to conduct himself as the chief, is the way I read that section of the contract. And whether or not the rulings that have already been made in terms of whether the get into his reasons why is relevant, or is it just, did he violate it, and is that cause to, good cause to discharge him?
I didn't hear the last part.
And whether or not, did he violate it, and is that good cause to discharge him? I mean, can you, Attorney Baird, can you point to what in paragraph 2 of the settlement agreement imposes any specific obligations on the part of the town that you think that the town didn't adhere to?
For example, looking at paragraph 3 of the retirement agreement, it says, Chief Citran shall. And then paragraph 4, the parties agree. And if you look at, let me see, and then if you compare that to paragraph 2, the parties acknowledge. So the town's acknowledging that Chief Citran will continue as chief of police and be able to basically run his department as it should be run. And that although he'll keep the Director of Public Safety timely apprised of actions, it is an agreement that the Director of Public Safety will not interfere with the chief's ability to run his department according to precedent, requirements of law enforcement, and other laws, including the town charter. I guess, you know, you really need context to be able to understand the difference in positions. From the town's position, it believes that this is something, a requirement that Chief Citran should be doing. From Chief Citran's position, this is something the town agreed to that it had not been complying with earlier, that it had been violating all along by interference with his ability to run the department. So to him, this was a representation that the town would no longer be doing that, and the town acknowledged that he would be able to run his department as he should be able to run it. So it all depends how you look at it, and we're being prevented from presenting our perspective on it because it's being presumed that the town's perspective is correct.
So, but my question is there anything in paragraph 2 that you can, is there anything in there, because you did point out paragraph 3, the town's agreeing that there's eligibility for benefits.
Right.
That's an obligation on part of the town. In terms of delving into this relationship between the town manager and the chief, in claiming that the town violated this agreement, can you just point the mayor to a section of point 2 that your question would get to show that the town acted in violation of this agreement? The town of Weathersfield.
Right. Again, it's a matter of perspective. If you are of the perspective that Chief Citran is, that his department had been interfered with by the town manager, then part of his demand for coming back and agreeing to retire was that you're going to let me run my department the way I should, at least for the last 5 or 6 months of my career, so I can attempt to get things right and back in order. subsequent to my paid administrative leave that I was placed on for the first time in my 47-year career.
What was the question now initially?
We were going to confirm that.
Whether somebody reads it back or counsel?
Just a moment.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
You were asking if he's involved in any disciplinary actions? Yes.
Okay, I do recall that. I asked him if he had been involved in any disciplinary actions in the department after Chief Citran returned on January 18th.
Who asked that of the witness?
I believe, yes.
Okay.
Objection.
And there was an objection.
Who was the he in that case?
Mr. Evans,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And that was prior to the letter or after the letter? After. I mean, again, we're on the merits of what was signed by the chief and then submitted a few months later.
I did ask after his return on January 18th, so it would have been after the retirement agreement.
Yeah.
Okay.
And your objection, again, just because time has gone by, your objection to that question is,
What does that have to do with the chief violating the agreement?
Overruled.
Oh, okay. Mr. Evans, were you involved in any disciplinary actions in the department after Chief Citran's return on January 18, 2021?
Yes, I was.
How many?
One. More than one? What was the other one?
And in any, or I guess in that one action, did you disagree with the chief on any aspect of the discipline?
Yes.
Okay. And,
Oh.
yes?
If I may correct, initially,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. And your initial disagreement had to do with a period of suspension from serving as a firearms instructor for one of the department employees, correct?
Yes.
And the difference in positions, if I'm stating it correctly, was Chief Citran had arrived upon a determination of a suspension, and you arrived on a determination of no suspension, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you change your mind?
Yes, I did.
And did that have to do with a communication from another member of the police department that they no longer wanted to be a firearms instructor?
I'm going to object. How far are we going to go with this until it relates to the agreement? Now, we're talking about what other officers are
Yeah.
saying?
I mean, I think you're starting to go down a route that if we want to kind of keep it in the parameters of what the hearing has been called for, I would sustain the objection of Counselor Plum on that.
Okay, so, yes, I believe that I was definitely getting into an area showing interference, but if the ruling of this case is that the town had no obligation under paragraph 2 to Chief Citran. Am I getting that correct? Has that been the ruling? And is that going to be the basis for excluding all this evidence about the town manager's interference with the department?
I think that has been presented by council already.
Because I don't want to waive anything. I don't want to stop asking these questions and be accused of waiving my opportunity. But if that's the town council's position, that paragraph 2 of the retirement agreement does not place any obligations on the town, including but not limited to interfering with the department, then my position is, by abiding by that, I'm not waiving anything, I'm preserving it. Obviously for appeal.
I mean, I think that's what we've discussed in.
I mean, I think that's, we've been asking for what in there other than, is there anything in particular in there that you say obligated, what actions that obligated the town to do other than to return Chief
And
Citran to his position?
I have answered. So could I have that ruling articulated, because I don't want to be faced on appeal with a lack of clarity in the parameters of this hearing. Our limitations that we're being held to.
Well, could there be an offer of proof of where you were going with those? Because the mayor, in response to an objection, suggested it seemed as though you were going astray from where the agreement was. Rather than halt the line, where were you going with respect to that line of inquiry about this particular instance of discipline?
That the chief exercised his authority that was acknowledged under paragraph 2 of the agreement to address disciplinary union personnel and other operational issues by meting out a 1-year suspension from serving as a firearms instructor to one of his employees. And that the town manager then reversed that and took away that 1-year suspension. And then that created distress in the department and controversy from at least one other firearms instructor who disagreed with the town manager and said, I'm not going to be a firearms instructor anymore if this is the case, which caused the town manager to then go back and agree with Chief Citran. So that's interference. That's creating discord within the department. It's not allowing Chief Citran to perform his duties as was promised to him under paragraph 2 of the retirement agreement.
I mean, I don't know whether the council wants to deliberate in piecemeal about this, or whether the council wants to make, a determination of how it reads paragraph 2. But paragraph 2, up to this point, I think the council has been consistent in reading it as not imposing specific obligations on the town manager, but instead the obligation to return chief to his position and descriptions of how the chief must behave within that position. But plain language, you might read a plain language differently, but it's.
No, I concur with Councilor Slater's interpretation of that as we've been discussing throughout the parameters of paragraph 2 on that.
So there was an objection, I think?
Relevance objection.
Okay. Somehow I stopped asking questions. There must have been an objection, right?
There was.
Yeah, so that's sustained?
Sustained.
Okay. Just, one final look at the retirement agreement and the letter, that's either another agreement or part of this agreement, or however you want to term it. Do you have those in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the phrase on top of where you sign the retirement agreement on page 3, do you know what that phrase means where it says that it's a full and final release of all claims? Full and final release of claims? Do you know what that means?
My review of it suggests that it's, that we're doing this under, we're voluntarily agreeing to sign this, and that the information contained in here is, all the information is contained in, that we're agreeing that all the information is contained in here, within the document.
And the document referring to is a retirement agreement that's 3 pages?
Correct.
No further questions.
May I redirect?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, so, again, just to clarify, at the time of these negotiations, the chief was on administrative leave, is that correct?
Yes.
And he was then allowed, pursuant to this agreement, to return to work, correct?
Correct.
And there was a specific retirement date as part of that return, is that correct?
That is correct.
And would you have signed this agreement if there wasn't a specific mutually agreed upon date?
No, I would not have.
So that was a material term of this agreement from your perspective, is that correct?
That is correct.
And just to be clear, with regard to the questions that counsel was asking you about involvement in the disciplinary process, isn't it true that you are a specific step in the grievance procedure under the collective bargaining agreement?
That is correct.
And when this issue was coming up that counsel was referring to about the disciplinary action, were you in the grievance process at that time?
Yes.
As the specific, is it step 1 or step 2, or do you recall?
I was step 2 for that,
And who's step 1?
the chief.
All right, so as step 2, you get the opportunity to make your decision. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
And is it, may I do recross?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Thank you. And it's your testimony here today that the instance we're talking about where the discipline was changed from a 1-year suspension to no suspension to a 1-year suspension from being a firearms instructor, that took the normal course of the step process, grievance process under the collective bargaining agreement?
Can't say there's a if there's necessarily a normal course at that point.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you agree that the collective bargaining agreement, if there's a grievance, well, you try to work it out. But then if you can't do that, there's a step 1, a step 2, and a step 3?
Yes.
Okay. And are you saying that the circumstance we're talking about took that normal course of step 1 to step 2?
Yes.
And it didn't vary in any manner?
Not that I'm aware of.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Okay. You may take your seat, Mr. Town Manager. Okay.
Okay.
Ken, do you have any further witnesses?
I
Mr.
do not. So subject to rebuttal, and we rest subject to rebuttal
Okay,
at this point.
May I have a moment to confer with my client?
you shall.
Thank you.
Let's move for a recess for 5 minutes. It's been an hour or an hour and a half, I think.
Okay.
I'll move for a recess and call the chair. Gives council time to confer too.
Motion's been made to recess for 5 minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
Just crazy. How would they possibly rule on their favor? So what are you gonna say when you get up there? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. You gonna drink that? Oh, you gonna drink that? Well, it's been sitting out. So where do we go from here?
I think the chief needs to tell the story. Why did you really say that?
I know, but they keep saying you can't say that.
Give the record. Create the record. Then you should ask them to continue this hearing until you get the state court on July 12th and the federal court on until you can hear what's going on. It's going to end up in court anyway. On the appeal.
I mean, I don't know what to ask him if I.
You agree. It says you can't rescind. They knew they could have put it in there. why. But I'm just saying, you're on this side, he's on that side. Howler and Sage is running this meeting. I'm just saying, the citizens in Weathersfield have a right to know why he did what he did. That's, you know, there's no other way around it.
I may agree, I may disagree, but I'm not gonna talk about it. Yep.
Okay.
But that way they're not just sitting.
Gonzalez was at a meeting, right? Come on, pay attention. Meeting, John Clare. Okay, and manager. Manager said,
This is where I'm coming from. I'll call this hearing back to order, and just for the sake of everybody's edification, typically we do abide by a 11 o'clock deadline for regular meetings. This is a special meeting of the town council, so I don't think that would apply, but if it were to apply, I would waive any prior requirement that we suspend council meetings at 11 o'clock. I don't know if we need, I don't believe we need a motion. I don't think it's an actual official requirement.
If you need a motion, I'll second it.
But if we do. Yeah. 17 minutes. But if we do need a motion, I'll make a motion that we waive any requirement that we cease the meeting at 11 o'clock.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
shall I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Yes, I could just state on the record, I had a brief conversation with Attorney Baird. There are some witnesses that are under subpoena, and it possibly is a courtesy to finish them up if this continues either late or on, that they consider to be called, and she agreed that made sense. So I think she was going to call a witness potentially out of the order that she might have otherwise.
Okay.
If I could ask I'm going to call Sergeant Gonzalez, he's under subpoena. Does someone have the original exhibits? Are there original exhibits?
I mean,
The original exhibits that we were using, Town Exhibit 1, 2, and 3, or do we just use any document we had?
no, we were just using copies of what they were that were there. Right,
Okay,
we
so
didn't have the stenographer, we didn't go through the
Okay, so
stenographer.
there's no
to mark it.
official exhibits. Okay, that's all I was asking.
Yeah.
If I may ask, who maintains the official exhibits? Is there a,
Yeah, I would assume the town clerk would.
so could I inquire if we have those?
I think the court, I think the reporter that was here, she left. I think she left with the ones that were marked for the town. That's what I think. But we all have copies, so we can all work, and they're on the record of what they are. So which copy?
I just marked up my copies, so if I didn't plan on using my copies for a witness, so. I could just get clean copies, I guess.
So you're talking about the notice, which
Right.
I have a spare copy of that.
Okay. And then, town exhibit 1, 2, and 3?
Attorney Plum would have that. So this is Council Exhibit 3, is that what you were looking for?
So we call Sergeant Louis Gonzalez, he's under subpoena.
Apparently they were,
It is being recorded by...
Dr. Gonzalez, do you swear that the testimony you give will be truth, only truth, and nothing but the truth under penalties of perjury?
I do. Ready to sit down?
Oh, yes. So Sergeant Gonzalez, you work with the Weathersfield Police Department,
I do.
so I'm handing you Town Exhibit 1. Does your name appear on Town Exhibit 1 under May 17th?
I mean, it says Gonzalez. There are two Gonzalez's at the police department. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, so you're not sure if that's your name or not?
I mean, it is my name, but it just says Gonzalez.
Okay, let me be a little clearer. Did you meet with a representative of SGR, the search consultant firm, at 3 o'clock on Monday, May 17th?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did the meeting last approximately an hour?
I don't recall, possibly.
Okay, and who arranged for you to meet with SGR?
The human resource director,
And who's the human resource person?
Claudia Tata.
Okay, what did Claudia Connor do, call you or email you?
It was an email to 3 of us to attend.
And who were the other two?
Sergeant Jenny Rivera was one, I believe. I honestly don't remember the third, but I have all the emails.
And so you in fact met with Doug Thomas?
I don't recall his name.
You'd met with a gentleman?
I did.
Was anyone else present? And how often since January 18th, 2021, have you communicated with the town manager?
I'm going to object. Again, where is this going? Why and why does it have anything to do with the contract?
Right. This is not a contract between Officer Gonzalez and the town of Weathersfield. I think this is between the chief of police and his intent to retire.
Right.
Sustain.
It's sustained?
Well, it was your objection, correct? Yes.
Was there a decision already? I wasn't sure.
Oh, are you still?
Well, I was just going to say, it goes back to, and I'm not sure the clarity of the decision that's been made about excluding certain evidence, so I don't want to waive anything. So it goes back to the issue of, was there interference by the town manager in contravention of the chain of hierarchy through contacts with Sergeant Gonzalez at the police department?
And Attorney Plum, your objection on that?
My objection is that has nothing to do with whether or not the chief breached the agreement.
Right.
Okay, and so we would go back to paragraph 2, that's interfering with the chief's ability to run the department.
Correct. Okay. As I said, objection sustained.
Let me consider whether I have any further questions, because those pertain to this witness. ever at a meeting during contract negotiations with the town manager and the union president, John Blair, where you indicated to the town manager that the way to get Chief Citran was to go after officers that he liked?
Objection.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that that is relevant to, yeah, just sustain, yeah.
No further questions. We call Officer Jenny Rivera next, or Sergeant Rivera, I'm sorry. Oh, there may be some questions from him, I'm sorry.
Nothing further.
Okay, I didn't think so. Thank you.
You want this exhibit back?
No, leave it there, thanks. I don't
Officer
think he
Rivera.
was sworn.
He was.
Okay.
Yeah. Officer, do you swear the testimony you're about to give is true under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do. Can I remove this? Thank you.
Sergeant Rivera, you work for the Weathersfield Police Department, correct?
Yes, I do.
And does your name appear on Town Exhibit 1 towards the bottom under Wednesday, May 19th?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Did you in fact meet with Doug Thomas from the search consultant firm?
Yes, I did.
And was that meeting in fact at 2:30 on Wednesday, May 19th?
I met with him later than that.
And how long did you meet with Mr. Thomas?
I don't know exactly how long I spoke with Mr. Thomas.
Who else was present at the meeting, if anyone?
No one, just myself.
Did you, and the meeting was May 19th. Now, did the meeting take place in Town Hall?
Yes, it did.
Did you have to wait for any period of time for the meeting?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any conversation or any interaction with the town manager while you were waiting to meet with Doug Thomas?
Yes, I did.
And what was what was the substance of that conversation? What was the subject matter?
He initially stopped in to say hello, and then we had a lengthy discussion about various topics of what was going on, you know, all the turmoil within the police department, and different things that were occurring.
And did he mention Chief Citran at any point?
Yes, he did.
And what did he say?
There was a couple of different things said relating to what was he thinking with regards to rescinding his resignation. What's he thinking? Why would he do that? It's forcing him to now take other steps to, you know, to go through a whole process, to do things he didn't want to do to him because of his 47 years with the town, which he said he did respect, but that he had no choice. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I took notes immediately following the meeting, just to record because I feared what was going to happen going forward.
And do you have your notes with you?
I do. This subpoena requested that they be brought.
Sure, to assist in your recollection of the conversation?
Yes.
If there's no objection, I would ask that this witness be able to rely on her notes to...
I would object to that. I mean, frankly, we also haven't seen the notes. Again, I guess, how is this relating to the rescission of the retirement date by the chief?
Well, I mean, these are direct comments about it by the chief, a conversation about it. I mean, by the town manager, I mean, conversation.
Did I understand the question correctly, was what the town manager's reaction was after the notice of?
Yes, yes.
And what's the relevancy of the line of question for the purposes of the objection?
town manager was making direct comments about the chief's withdrawal of his intent to retire. I believe that's what the testimony was.
I don't need the notes, it would make it more accurate, but I can recall.
Okay. Well,
Well, I'm objecting to the use of the notes.
Okay.
Um,
Well, it sounds like the witnesses would be prepared to continue to answer questions. If that's true without the notes, then I'd suggest you continue.
proceed.
Did Mr. Evans mention at all any information he had about the police department?
He commented that the IA involving myself and my husband was not why he was terminating the chief of police. That it was just in a list of things and was the final straw for him. And that over the last year, he had found himself having to manage the chief's day-to-day decisions. He discussed the letter. He referred to it as a letter, but I believe what he was referring to was the chief's ruling on a grievance I had filed. He put out a personnel order stating his findings, that he approved it, and was granting the remedy to the grievance that I had filed at step 1, and that the chief had made the choice to respond to that with a letter going out to the entire police department, as opposed to choosing to send it to maybe just Mr. Evans, myself, union officials, and that he could have lived with that and we could have dealt with that. But when he chose to put it out to the whole police department, he just couldn't let that stand. He thought that wasn't okay.
Okay, and had you ever had any conversations with the town manager about the police department like this?
No, not direct, no, not even indirectly, no.
Okay, and did you discuss with him why he was talking about these matters with you?
No. I didn't, so I didn't object, and I didn't want to offend the town manager. He came in to say hello, and then he stayed and started talking about some of the stuff that was happening. And I listened, and I answered, and gave my opinion on a couple of things as far as how I felt when asked. And that was it.
Okay, and have you ever observed the town manager talk to other officers in this manner about the chief?
I have not personally observed it, no.
Have you heard of these instances occurring?
I have heard, and I have
And
heard.
object, that's hearsay.
Yeah, sustained on that.
No further questions.
We have a moment?
Yes.
We have a moment? What do we say? No questions.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Your excuse, I guess. Okay. We had called Lieutenant Crabtree. Let's see here. If we could call Lieutenant Crabtree, thank you.
Lieutenant Crabtree, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true under the penalty of perjury? I do.
Lieutenant Crabtree, were you acting chief during the period from late November through mid-January of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And you were acting chief in the absence of Chief Citran, correct?
Correct.
And during that time period, do you know of any investigation that was done with regard to an IA, I believe it was IA 20-007, that was filed with regard to certain conduct at the firing range on October 20th, 2020?
I'm going to object. We're back to incidents that we've already determined were not relevant.
Sustained.
May I argue the point?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so this investigation we're talking about was not completed until after January 18th, 2021, when Chief Citran returned. And it's the same investigation that I discussed with the town manager, where he indicated that it went in accordance with the step procedures under the collective bargaining agreement. So the door's been open to this line of questioning about this IA investigation and the controversy that occurred between Chief Citran and the town manager after he returned.
Again, from what does that have to do with the chief's actions with regard to the retirement agreement?
Correct.
Nothing.
My motion still stands, sustained.
After January 18th, 2021, did you communicate with the town manager by email or text or in any manner about Chief Citran's performance?
No, I did not.
No further questions. I don't know if there will be any cross or not.
No cross.
Thank you. Thank you. And the other witness that we subpoenaed is Lieutenant Connolly. Is he here? Here? Yeah.
Lieutenant Connolly, do you swear the testimony about to give will be true under the penalty of perjury?
I do. That's it.
Yes. Lieutenant Connolly, after January 18th, 2021, did you engage in any text or messaging or any other form of communication with the town manager about Chief Citran's performance?
No, no.
I'm going to object to that. I don't see the relevance of that. What does that have to do? with
Well,
the agreement?
it has to do, again, with the interference, paragraph 2 of the retirement agreement.
Sustained. I mean, if we're focusing on just the intent of the retirement and rescinding of it, then that is where the line should be,
The intent?
of the the rescission of the retirement.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
No questions.
So our final witness is Chief Citran.
Chief Citran, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be true on the penalty of perjury?
Chief Citran, how long have you been a member of the Weathersfield Police Department?
47 years.
And how long have you served as chief of the department?
18.
Prior to November 23rd, 2020, had you ever been placed on paid administrative leave?
No.
Had you ever been suspended?
Yes.
For what reason?
Trying to remember. was an arrest that I had made, and the chief at the time thought I used too much force.
And what year was that?
1975.
And anything since then?
No.
And subsequent to 1975, it's fair to say that you were promoted and became chief of police?
Yes.
Now, when you were placed on paid administrative leave in November 2020, did the town manager make certain allegations against you with regard to your performance?
Yes.
Had the town manager prior to that made certain negative observations or allegations about your performance?
Prior to that, no.
Prior to November 2020?
No. Prior, the first letter I got was August 6th.
Of what year?
2019? was it?
Okay.
Yeah.
And subsequent to that, did the town manager make comments, negative comments about your performance?
Prior to August of 2019?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And how would you characterize the town manager's day-to-day contacts with you or input into the department?
Well, at first, he was very affable, very friendly, and we seemed to get along fine. Then there was a change, and that's when that letter came, August 6th letter, making some allegations that I wasn't performing correctly. He said that he told me not to engage the protesters. That was one example. And once I was told not to engage the protesters, I didn't. Then he came at me and said, well, you were at the mayor's house. Of course, my response back was, yeah, I was at the mayor's house. First, I didn't engage anyone, but if my officers are going to be in harm's way, I'm going to be there. But he still thought that that was wrong. I mean, there's just so many different little things that he started accusing me of. It seemed to me that it was contrived, that he was just trying to get me to basically leave.
And did the town manager ever discuss with you leaving the department?
Yes.
Did you bring it up or did he?
Oh, he brought it up.
And what would he say to you about leaving the department?
He said you should leave now because you can leave on a high note. In fact, he even talked about naming the building after me. But my intention wasn't to leave at that time. I wasn't ready to leave at that time, and I had a lot of projects in progress that I wanted to complete. I still do.
And so when you were placed on paid administrative leave in November of 2020, were there allegations made by the town manager against you?
Yes, I received a draft letter outlining about 8 different things that I had done wrong, several of which were even before he came here. So obviously he's getting information, and some of that information wasn't accurate as to what I did or didn't do, or decisions that I made or didn't make. And my statement to him at the time was that you can nitpick any decision. I make decisions all the time in my job with the best information I have, doing what I thought was best for the department. I'll stand by every decision I made, but if you, with hindsight, you can attack anything. Didn't seem to faze him, though.
Now,
I took that draft letter as threat. In other words, if you don't get out of here, if you don't leave, if you don't retire, then I'm going to use this letter against you.
and during the negotiation process, with regard to the retirement agreement, was there a lot of back and forth?
Yes.
And what were the provisions that you insisted upon in negotiating the agreement? Do you have the agreement in front of you?
Yes.
Okay.
That paragraph 2 was, when it first started out, it said that I would make an acting lieutenant, but I would not make the actual lieutenant. That was the condition.
And are you referencing the open lieutenant position?
Yes.
Okay.
And I wouldn't sign the agreement that way. To me, I truly believe that he was trying to influence the promotional process for lieutenant within the department. He wanted a certain individual to be promoted and didn't think that I would make that promotion.
And who did he want to be promoted?
Luis Gonzalez. So I insisted, demanded, whatever you want to call it, and that's why this agreement took 7 weeks to iron out. I wouldn't sign it where there was any restrictions on me making that promotion. I asked for the wording the way it is in this agreement, clearly saying that I would run the department and he wouldn't interfere. When he did interfere, I just threw my hands up. I mean, what good was the agreement if he's going to interfere with my day-to-day operations? Breaks the chain of command all the time, talks to officers. The department has fractionalized because, and I can't hold anybody accountable for their actions because they feel that they can go around me. And I had this discussion with him several times about breaking the chain of command, about not backing me up on the discipline, because then that means that everyone there is going to believe that they can get around me, and now grievances will come in left and right. Then he turns around and blames me for the grievances. It's just like, I can't win. But I think that's what, it was done by design for that.
And what do you mean done by design?
He wanted me gone. He wants me out of there because the Weathersfield Police Department is one of the best departments in the state. It truly was. We were, you have the little infighting and stuff like that, but it was a very cohesive group. Well, it's not that way now. And that was one of the reasons why I wanted to get back, because I love this department. I spent 47 years at this department, 18 years as the chief, and it was falling apart. There was infighting, there was complaints made from about one officer to another officer, and it was getting destroyed. And I couldn't, it would have been very easy for me to turn around and say, hey, you know what? I'm out of here. I get my pension, I get my whatever they give me. I was never in this for the money anyways, but I just turn around and go. But I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that to the department. I couldn't do that to the town. And one of the arguments that they had here concerning that SGR, I had no knowledge whatsoever that they had gone out. As soon as I found out, that's when I rescinded my agreement, because I didn't want the town to have to spend money.
And prior to that decision that you made to rescind, to send the email to Mr. Evans on May 14th of 2021, had you thought about rescinding your notice of intent to retire?
Yes. Well, because of the fact that I realized I was just, it's like, treading water. I mean, I wasn't being effective. I couldn't do my job. I wasn't allowed to effectively operate or do the, direct the operations of the police department.
And were you able to discuss those concerns with Mr. Evans?
Yes, several times.
And what did you say to him?
You're killing me. You're defeating, the agreement here said that I was going to direct the department. I was going to be in charge of the department based on the contract, based on the charter. I handled all of those things that are enumerated in the charter. Well, I can't do that if you interfere, if you break the chain of command, if you don't back me up on discipline, because I can't hold people accountable if you don't. That's why I was so confused about that, the sexual harassment complaint against the firearms instructor. A verbal counseling just isn't sufficient for that. So I suspended his certification for being a firearms instructor for a year. And I said to him, if you go against me, then that's it, I'm done. I might as well just go home.
And this has to do with the same officer that you believe
Sergeant Gonzalez.
Mr. Evans wanted to promote to lieutenant, correct?
Yes. Yes. So, I'm not sure really what happened, but he did a 180, reversed his first letter saying that he agreed with Sergeant Gonzalez, then he changed it and he agreed with me. To this day, I'm still confused on that one.
Do you believe that the town breached the retirement agreement with you?
Yes, absolutely.
And have you described in your testimony the ways you believe that the agreement was breached?
Yes.
And was that your basis for sending the withdrawal of your notice of intent to retire?
Yes.
And after you sent your notice, rescinding your notice of intent to retire, did anyone from the town come to you and say, well, we want our $8,500 back?
No. You have to understand, when I got back on January 18th, the first thing I did was try to start initiating the lieutenant's process. That's January 18th. Every time I tried to do something, he would counter with something else. We're too busy right now. We need an HR person to do this. Well, there was no need for that, and if it was based on past practices, we've always run the promotional processes at the police department. There was never any interference from management before. Why would we need an HR person involved? It doesn't make any sense. And we were going to buy a test from a reputable company and have it administered. There is no reason for that. So you're talking from January 18th until June 14th. That's 6 months and it never proceeded 1 inch, 1 iota. Well, the writing's on the wall. He's going to wait until August 31st, and then all of a sudden the lieutenant's process is going to start. I knew it. I could see it. And that's why I rescinded.
What are your plans for the department currently as you sit here today?
Well, I want to make...
Objection. What does that have to do with the breach, the agreement?
Well, it has to do with the breach because he indicated that the town breached the agreement in the ways he stated, which caused him to rescind his intent to retire because he wants to accomplish certain things in the department, and I am asking him what things he wants to accomplish.
Overruled.
There are a number of things I want to accomplish. That lieutenant's process is one of them. There's, I have the street cameras is another thing I want to get finished before I go. There are, I want to get the department back together to where they're back to a cohesive group again, so that infighting stops. What I need is no interference from the manager, and I believe I can accomplish that. And I actually said that to him when I first got back. If you leave me alone, I will pull this department back together again. But he never did. Every time I tried to do something, he would counter it, and I'm left really being useless.
Would you describe what your efforts were in terms of obtaining body cameras for the department?
Yes. I knew what was coming. I could see it. I'm involved with the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association. I was president for a year. You could see where the legislature was going with that. And I knew that we were going to have to get body cams. There was a short window of time.
Where are we going with what do the body cams have
Yeah.
to do with the violation of the agreement?
I think we touched on that earlier, so sustained.
Well, if I could just make a record, again, it's based on the history of interference by the town manager to the detriment of the department, at least with regard to body cams in this instance. And it provides a context and foundation and corroboration for Chief Citran's testimony that when he came back, the town manager continued to interfere with the department to the department's detriment. So that would be my offer of proof. So I'm trying to think where we were.
Well,
We can't talk about body cams anymore, so stop.
What is the question pending?
I'm trying to make sure, there is no question pending.
Okay.
Your objection was sustained,
Right,
so I can't ask about body cams.
right, okay.
Chief Citran, you are sitting here after 47 years at a hearing for your dismissal. Do you know that?
yes, I do.
Okay. And what would you want to say to the town council in response to this effort by the town manager to terminate you?
Well, I've asked this question 100 times. Why? Why does he want me gone? Why does anybody in this town want me gone? I've always done my job. I've always done it well. I do plan on leaving, but I want to leave under my own terms. I'm not going to have somebody tell me to go when I don't deserve it. I've always done what I thought was best for the department, what was best for the town. I've served countless hours that I have not been paid for. I got the department accredited. I got the department, the dash cams. I got the department, the body cams. I've gotten a lot of things for the department. I recognize that police work is not the same as it was when I was coming up through the ranks, that we have to do things differently. And I've accounted for that. Technology is the way that we're going to go to solve crime in the future. We're not going to be able to chase down cars or chase down burglars. So we need to do it a different way, a smarter way. And I've made arrangements for that, and I've worked very hard to get to that point, and we're right there. That's all. Just let me finish my job, and I'll ride off into the sunset if that's really what you want.
No further questions, thank you.
All right.
Counselor Plum?
Evening, Chief. You have the retirement agreement there?
Yes.
Said that's the 3-page agreement?
Yes.
And do you also have the letter, so we can go through that as well? Do you have the letter attached to that or not?
No, I do not.
Where's that?
I think I may have it here, hold it.
No,
can
I
give
got
to
it.
him.
Let me give him the copy of the,
Okay.
you got that?
Okay.
All right, Chief, so let's go to the retirement, Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Confirm a few things. That's your signature on the agreement, right?
Yes.
And you read it before you signed it?
Yes.
And were you represented by a lawyer when the agreement was negotiated?
Yes.
And as you testified, the agreement took several weeks, right?
7 weeks, yes.
Yeah, it took a long time because both sides wanted particular conditions from the agreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you agree that by signing the agreement, you were bound by its terms?
Yes, just like the other side would be.
Do you agree, please just answer my question, Chief?
I
Did you
did.
agree that by signing the agreement, you were bound by its terms?
Both of us were bound by the terms, yes.
Right, and one of your terms was that you would retire August 31st, is that correct?
Yes,
And that was a mutually negotiated time frame, right?
yes.
And there's nothing in the agreement that permits you to revoke, rescind that retirement date of August 31st, is there?
There's nothing in the agreement that says I can't.
Okay, but there's nothing in there that says you can.
Exactly.
Great. Now, but the language of paragraph 1 permits you to retire earlier than August 31st, correct?
Yes.
But under the retirement agreement, you needed the town's consent to retire later than August 31st. Is that also correct?
Yes.
So, and it's clear that even with the town's consent, the last day you were going to work pursuant to this agreement was December 31st. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was also under paragraph 1, that you were going to submit a retirement letter, a letter confirming your retirement, right?
Yes.
And is that Exhibit 2 contained in that document? Could you take a look at that for me? Is that the letter? I'm sorry, Exhibit 3.
Yes.
So that's the letter you sent in response, right?
Yes.
And you clearly state in that letter you're retiring on August 31st, 2021, right?
Yes.
There's no prior condition that has to be met for you to retire on August 31st in that letter, is there?
No.
And there's no prior condition.
Well, how are you going to put something in a
there's-
letter
Chief, yes
before
or
you
no?
even know what happens?
There's no prior condition that has to be met for you to retire on August 31st in the retirement agreement, is there?
I'm
Yes, I
going to
didn't have
object to the use
hindsight.
of prior condition. Is that a legal term, or?
Was there anything that had to be done prior to you agreeing to retire on August 31st under the agreement? Was there any condition that had to be met?
In regards to, yeah,
And what was that condition?
no interference from the manager.
That's your interpretation of the agreement.
That's what I was,
Doesn't
that's what I
say
was
that,
told.
does it? Is
That's
it
what I
town-
was told by my attorney, that was what the agreement indicated.
Is the
Because
town
that was what
manager?
I insisted
Chief, could you please just answer my question? Is the
I'm
town?
trying.
Is the town manager even referenced in that agreement? In the retirement agreement?
I'm not sure, but we all know what we're talking about here.
I'm asking you a question.
I'm not sure. We all know what we're talking about. I guess it's being referred to as the town?
The town manager, is there any reference to anything the town manager has to do in that agreement?
Yes.
Where is the town manager's name listed in that agreement?
I'm not saying his name is listed, but it all has to do with the town manager.
And that's your interpretation of the agreement?
Well, who else would
Doesn't
it
say.
be?
There's, on paragraph 2, it says Chief Citran will, right? Shall continue. First sentence?
Yes.
So it says what you're going to do.
Right.
And it says Chief Citran shall, the second sentence, Chief Citran shall continue to address certain issues, right?
Yes.
All right, and any promotion made by Chief Citran shall be in accordance with past practices and laws with testing and promotionary requirements, right?
Yes.
It's your obligation. Chief Citran shall keep the Director of Public Safety timely apprised, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, the February 6th letter, can we go back to the February 6th letter?
Okay.
Did you review this letter with anyone from the town before you sent it?
From the town? No.
Okay, so you prepared the letter yourself?
Yes.
All right, you referenced the 85, that the $8,500 paid was to your attorney, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was a condition that you wanted, right?
Yes.
It was a condition you required in order to sign the agreement, correct?
Yes.
And even though you now rescinded your August 31 retirement date, have you paid the town back the $8,500?
I never asked for it back.
Did you ever offer it?
No?
When you, if the town had, after you had, let me strike that, after you had executed the agreement and returned to work, if the town had instituted disciplinary actions against you, would you have said that was a violation of the agreement?
Yes, I guess, yeah.
Because you understood that as part of the agreement, that they weren't going to institute disciplinary action, right?
Objection,
Yeah.
that's speculation. And I don't know whether he means the three-page agreement or the letter agreement, because certainly.
All right, I'm happy to clarify that, well,
Certainly, if you look at the letter
again,
agreement,
they're
it
one
says
and the
they can bring
same.
any claims they want.
Yeah.
Under the, again, my question is, when you signed this agreement, you were signing it to return to work, right?
Yes,
Because at the time you were not at work, right?
yes,
You were on administrative leave.
yes.
So when you signed it to return to work, you didn't, your understanding was the town wasn't going to institute any actions against you when you returned to work, right?
I never really thought about it, to be honest with you. I wasn't afraid of that. I know it was supposed to be a veiled threat, but everything that he had against me was ludicrous. So, no, I was not afraid, and I didn't
Well, I
even
didn't ask
consider
you
it.
if you were afraid.
Well, I didn't
asked you
even
if you-
consider it.
Would you consider that a violation of the agreement if 1 week after you had returned to work, the town had instituted disciplinary actions?
Yeah, I would say that that
Right,
was a violation.
because you really felt that was part of the deal. You were coming back, town wasn't going to take action, wasn't it?
Okay. Like I said, I really didn't consider that. I wasn't thinking about that. I wasn't worried about that. So I don't know what your point is. It's just the point is that I didn't care about that. What I cared about was the interference.
But when you returned after the agreement, even though the agreement says they're going to take no action against you, the town, even though it doesn't say that they're going to take any action against you, you understood that the town was not going to take any action.
I
did you?
answered that
Objection,
question.
that's completely, it's confusing.
Yeah, I answered the question. I wasn't thinking about any actions taken by the town. I wasn't afraid of any actions taken by the town. What I was concerned about was the interference by the manager and me running the department. The whole idea of this agreement was that. That's what my intent was. That's what I was interested in. I wanted to make sure that I could get back and run the department like I had ran the department for the past, well, at that time, 17 years.
So looking at the agreement, where does it state that the town manager won't interfere with you running the department?
Well, that's the way I interpret paragraph 2.
But the town manager is the director of public safety, correct?
Okay,
And so he's your boss, isn't he?
yes.
So are you saying your boss can't tell you what to do?
No, what I'm saying is that in regards to these things that are specified in the charter, including discipline, union personnel, and other operational issues, that I would run the department and take care of those matters. If I did something wrong, I don't have a problem with him questioning me about it, but when he interferes with it by jumping the chain of command, talking to officers, getting information that isn't accurate, and then holding it against me, yes, that's interference.
Chief, isn't your actions under the charter, under 602, subject to the approval of the director of public safety?
It depends on what you're looking at. There are certain things in there that I don't need his approval for, and it specifies that, such as a suspension of less than 10 days. I don't need his approval for that.
Well, no, doesn't the entire section at the end say it's subject to the approval of the
It
town manager?
specifically
of
says
the
that I
public
don't need his approval to suspend up to 10 days. If I wanted to suspend more than 10 days, then I would need his approval. So there are things in that charter, that specifically says I don't need his approval for it. And besides, that's not really the point. The point is that if you're going to have a chief of police, let him run the department. If you have an issue with what he's doing or the decision that he's making, then you take him up on that. You don't go around him to the officers directly and then completely cut him out. That's my point. And
Chief,
that's what I
I
believe
want to talk to you,
paragraph
Chief,
second-
can you answer
second
my
paragraph
questions,
means.
please? I want to talk to you about the May 14th email you sent the town manager saying that you were rescinding.
Okay,
That email doesn't even say when you're retiring, right?
no,
So there's no date.
no.
So it's just, from your understanding, it's just going to be whenever you want to go, you go.
Yes.
Even though
Well,
you have.
actually, I had made statements to the fact that, just let me make that lieutenant, and then I'll go. But I didn't say that.
But that's, I mean, that's not in your email.
No, it's not.
And your email contradicts what you said you would do in the retirement agreement, doesn't it?
No.
Well, the retirement agreement says
I
that you would.
believe that the retirement
Chief,
agreement
please
was null and
don't-
void because of the fact that he violated it.
So you're viewing the entire agreement as null and void, you don't have to follow it anymore. You don't have to do anything.
Well, if he breaks the contract, yes.
He's not a party to the contract, Chief, is he? It's the town. Who's the party to the contract, Chief?
Listen, you can play semantics with me all day. I'm telling you what I believe.
I'm asking you to
and that's my
answer the
perspective.
question, who signed the contract? The town, right?
No, Gary
Evan
Evans.
Evans, on behalf of the town, right?
But it was Gary Evans that signed
Signed
it.
it, right, because he's the town manager.
Right,
And what is the agreement talks about the town, right?
yes.
Right, doesn't say anything about what Mr. Evans has to do.
Again, you're playing semantics. He is
I'm
the town
asking you a
manager.
question, is there anything in the agreement that says Mr. Evans has to do something
Yes.
in the retirement agreement?
My interpretation of paragraph 2 is that he would not interfere with the police department. And that's the way it was written, directed that way, and then that's why I agreed to sign it.
I want to ask you a few more questions about the May 14th email. You didn't give Town Manager Evans any advance notice before you sent that, did you?
No. I sent
And
the
when you
email.
sent, it's a yes or no question, Chief. Did you give him advance notice or not?
No.
When you sent the email, you knew that the chief had already started the recruitment process for a new chief, right?
He just told me that.
Right, so you
So
knew the
that's why I
process
sent
had
the
been
email.
started.
Yes.
Well, you knew that a community forum was already scheduled, right?
No.
That press
He-
release, what did you think it was for?
No. He told me, he called me and he said he was giving me a heads up that the council was forcing him to search for the next chief.
Chief, can I show you Town Exhibit 2? Take a look at that for me.
Yeah?
All right, so you got that email, right?
Okay. Yeah,
Okay, and that says there's going to be a community forum May 18th, right?
okay.
Right, but, so you knew that was already scheduled, but nevertheless, you decide on May 14th, you're going to send your notice.
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that sending that would cause problems for the recruitment process, didn't you?
No, I mean, I wasn't thinking of that. What I wanted to do was to make, hopefully, they don't spend any money on this until we get this resolved. That's all. That's
Chief,
what-
they had
that was
already
my
planned a
intent.
community forum. Didn't you think they spent money on it?
No. Why
No,
would
they
you-
were, the consultants were just doing it for free?
Well, they hadn't gotten here yet.
You hadn't talked to them yet. Doesn't mean that they hadn't done any work. How did
I
you
didn't say
win for
that.
the?
They hadn't gotten here yet, and I figured at least they could do is put it in abeyance for now, and
Point of
hope-
order. Right now, we've got a little back and forth. Perhaps we'll take a 5-minute recess, let things cool down. And we'll have, it's tough to hear when they're talking over each other. So I'll move for a 5-minute recess.
It also could be taken as, second. What I was saying is that the point of order could be taken by you to suggest to the witness and the counselor to wait and listen to the
Yes.
question before they answer, rather than have to go on recess.
Yeah. Please, witness and counselor, Counselor Forrest has a point. When you get to the back and forth, I'm trying to follow it as best I can, but when you start to talk over top of each other, please be respectful for each other, both in your line of questioning and in your answering, please.
Sure.
Chief, when a police officer says something, whether verbally or in writing, everyone has to be able to rely on what they've said. You agree with that?
Yes.
It's important, heat of the battle, to know that you can rely on your coworker, right?
Yes.
So when you say something, and it's important for the public to be able to rely on what you say, right?
Yes.
So when you say you're going to retire on August 31st, it's important that you follow through on that, don't you think?
No.
No. Are you saying, you were talking about the police promotion process, are you saying that it's inappropriate for the HR person to conduct a recruitment process for a lieutenant, for promotion process?
No, I'm not saying it's inappropriate, no.
So at the time, and when did the town hire their finally hire their HR person?
End of April?
Right. So prior to that time, and doesn't the collective bargaining agreement require personnel director or an HR manager to conduct the process?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? Okay.
The union contract?
Right. Under the union contract, isn't the personnel supposed to conduct the recruitment process?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure if it's in the union contract. We've had personnel directors, we've had HR directors, they've always, they've been involved, but it's been run by the department.
Right, but they've been involved in the process.
Right, okay.
And at this time, this town didn't have anyone. And wasn't there other openings in the town for the HR that the HR needed to fill? There are other opening positions besides the lieutenant position?
Okay, but again,
Were there openings in engineering?
I don't know.
You don't know? All
How
right,
would I know something like that?
okay, so, but if those openings were priorities, you wouldn't know that.
No, I wouldn't know that.
it
But
was
the
more
lieutenant's
important-
position was a priority for us.
For us, for you, but you don't run the rest of the town, do you?
No, for the police department.
Let's take 5 minutes or, see if there's anything else. I'd just like to consult Mr. Evans before we decide if there's anything else.
Sure. Recess for 5 minutes, subject to. Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I feel like I recognize you. I know, where's our archive from? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Well,
Oh, I'm not looking at it.
you want to send me on the police?
Not looking at it.
You're not allowed to go past that.
Yeah, actually sneaking around here.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Thank you. I think we have a pretty good deal. I think it's a pretty good deal. What? Is it the craziest thing? Where's Ace? I know. Because it doesn't matter. Right, I know. And if you look at the contract, there's, if you cancel within 7 days, then they don't charge you past that. I mean, there are a lot of reasons. Happens all the time. Right, yeah. Leaders of countries do that, and people do it, yeah. Wow, 4 commissioners.
Oh. He came from He grew up in New Britain? No.
You know Matt Siska? Yeah, he used to do a show with us on the internet.
Hey, Jim. Have you added up how much salary you are losing for nothing now? Okay, no, 5 weeks, 10 weeks, 8 weeks. Can you imagine? And I know you're not losing the jackpot or the city remember this. I have never, everybody's saying it, everybody gets a lot for it. I've never seen anything like this. Anything. Every fucking. In other words, it's like I said.
Yeah, Lieutenant
I
Colonel.
signed the agreement.
Yeah, you did. You did? Yeah.
Okay? That's a fact. If that's all you want.
Yeah, let me go back to business.
That's a fact. Make your decision. Yeah.
Okay, okay. I'm surprised they have it.
Came from the, can't give me a glass. I'm gonna drink some more. Came from the south end of Hartford. Sewage treatment plant. No, listen. The best lawyers in the world couldn't do it better. Because Holland Sage was running the show from the very beginning. And they denied all of these requests. Okay? Yeah. Let me go sit up with my camera.
Bleeding? This is not coming out of your ear. Bible fan.
My paperwork, all my notes, soaked. I know, and I soaked them.
It's just done, right?
You're gonna wanna grab some. Yeah, don't grab mine, they're soaked.
We got everybody? Dan? Okay. If I will, call the hearing back to order, please. If I'm not mistaken, Counselor Plum?
Yes, I'm trying to wrap up one thing. I know it's late, I appreciate it. Bear with me.
Thank you.
One question, if I may? One more, Chief. Under the contract, aren't officers required for the commanders to submit their promotional opportunities to the personnel office?
Is that in evidence? Where's that? What
No,
are
I'm asking him a question.
Okay. Well, what are you referring to?
Here-
What contract?
I'm referring to the contract between the police union and the town.
There were times when we didn't have a personnel department or an HR department. So I'm not sure I understand that particular question, because there were many times and many promotions that were made when we didn't even have an HR department or a personnel department. And again, I don't have an objection to running something by HR, but there's...
So you would agree that HR should be involved in the promotional process?
Well, not necessarily HR, I'm talking about the administration. I don't have a problem with the town manager having knowledge of it or even wanting to give some input into it. I just wanted the process to start so that I could finish it before I was retiring on August 31st.
Let me ask you this, there's nothing inappropriate about the HR department running a promotional process for the lieutenant, is there?
Well, past practice, they had not done it before.
Okay, but because, like you say, the town didn't have an HR manager before,
There were
right?
times, yes.
Right, nothing further.
If I could just have a moment, I want to bring up the town charter. Well, I could kind of do that at the same time. Chief Citron, would you look at the retirement agreement, the 3-page retirement agreement?
Okay, I'm there.
Oh, sure, and look at the 3rd page of it, under Town of Weathersfield. Do you know
Yes.
whose signature that is?
Yes, Gary Evans.
Do you know of any other town representative, town employee, I'll say, that was involved in this retirement agreement, the negotiations of this retirement agreement, other than Gary Evans?
No.
Now, I'd like you to look at the 1-page letter dated January 13, 2021.
Okay.
Now, I want you to, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about whether you understood the retirement agreement to mean that when you returned, the town could not seek to dismiss you. Is that correct?
Yes, that was it.
Okay. So look at the one-page letter dated January 13, 2021. Paragraph 1. If you could just read that for a moment to yourself.
Okay. Okay, I read it.
Okay, so in reading paragraph 1, do you interpret that to mean that in fact, when you came back on January 18, 2021, the town reserved its right to go after you for dismissal?
Yes,
Okay, and so that conceivably, when you returned on January 18th, 2021, the town could have sought to dismiss you the next day under that letter, correct?
yes,
And you still returned, right?
yes,
Because you weren't worried about it, right?
right.
Now, look at paragraph 2 of the retirement agreement again. I believe there was some testimony about whether the director of public safety, being the town manager, had to approve your actions, or you were subject to his approval. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay, so I'd like for you to look at the last sentence of paragraph 2. It says, Chief Citran shall keep the Director of Public Safety timely apprised of said actions. Do you see that?
yes,
To you, does that mean he has to approve your actions?
no,
So therefore, even if the town manager had indicated to you before that he had to approve your actions, that was necessary, for example, under the town charter, the paragraph 2 of the retirement agreement, the last sentence, is inconsistent with that, right?
yes,
Because you only have to keep them apprised
right,
after something happens, right?
yes,
Because that's what keeping somebody apprised is, right? You're not seeking their approval, you're just telling them.
yes.
And is that what you did?
That's exactly what I did.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
Okay.
We don't have any additional witnesses, so we rest.
Closing statements. Sure. Okay. Yeah. I don't know who started. Closing statements by council, if necessary. And we can start off with Councilor
Sure.
Plum.
Again, we asked the council to look at the retirement agreement. What is undisputed here? The chief had a date, that August 31, 2020 date. It was a mutually negotiated deal. The chief got some benefits. He got the $8,500 for his legal fees. He returned to work, and you've heard a variety of theories on how the chief was able to now unilaterally breach the agreement by saying, well, the town had already done it. Well, the chief never filed anything with anyone saying that there was a breach to the agreement. The chief never claimed that there was a breach to an agreement. The chief and his counsel never filed a claim in court saying that the town is breaching the agreement. And so they've come up with this smokescreen that the town manager didn't let the chief run the department. I mean, basically, he's not happy because the lieutenant promotional process didn't proceed as fast enough as he would like. There's nothing in the agreement requiring the promotional process to proceed immediately upon his return. That's up to the discretion of the town manager, and we just didn't have an HR director, which the chief has acknowledged at the time, to run a promotional process for the lieutenant. So the bottom line here is that it's undisputed. There was a material term to this agreement. The chief decided he just was not going to live up to his word and the agreement by the parties the heavily negotiated agreement by the parties, that he decided he wasn't going to follow it. It's that simple. The chief just decided there may have been a deal, I'm not going to comply with it. And really, I think the case at this point is that simple. They can make these other allegations that it's all about the town manager. It's not the town manager who's the subject of this hearing, it's the chief's actions. We had a deal, and the chief violated that deal, and he did it in a way that was disruptive to the town, disruptive to the selection process, and frankly, disruptive to the department. And for those reasons, there is just cause for his termination pursuant to the police chief statute.
May I?
Attorney Baird?
So the town manager is the subject of this hearing. He's the one who has the burden of proof. He's the one who's brought the allegations. I would submit that in looking at paragraph 7 of the retirement agreement, which says the parties, and that's the town, and that's Chief Citran, the town's represented, its representative is Gary Evans, so in this agreement, the parties agree that any claim or dispute arising out of a breach of this retirement agreement shall be adjudicated in state or federal court within the state of Connecticut. This town council is in breach of this retirement agreement just by virtue of hearing this matter tonight. The town is in breach of this retirement agreement just by virtue of trying to dress it up like a 7-278 proceeding, because didn't want to take the time and knew it couldn't prevail in trying to prove the allegations of insubordination and whatever else they tried to throw at Chief Citran. The fact of the matter is, I don't know if they tried to convince Chief Citran that, oh yeah, come back, we can't go after you for dismissal. He already said that wasn't his reason for coming back. But if they did try to tell him that, and if they did think that, all you need to do is look at the letter, the January 13, 2021 letter. In the first paragraph, it says, the parties acknowledge and agree that nothing in the retirement agreement shall constitute a waiver by either the town or the chief as to any claims, legal actions, defenses, responses, or allegations that may have been able to allege or pursue against the other prior to the execution of the agreement. That paragraph means that when Chief Citran returned on January 18th, the next day, the town manager could have filed for dismissal against him. There was nothing preventing him from doing this. And if they tried to convince Chief Citran that, oh, we can't do that, then this letter agreement was an underhanded, sneaky way to try to get around that. And for that alone, I know we can't talk about legal defenses or concepts here, but the town has unclean hands and should be prohibited from seeking this dismissal for just cause. Again, I just want to reiterate, we are all in breach of the agreement by sitting here this night. Me, Chief Citran, town manager, Attorney Plum, and everybody on the town council and Attorney Slater. And I hope you can see through it, because you know what? Going by paragraph 1 of this letter, all of the allegations that the town manager has had against Chief Citran, he could have presented those to you this evening, and there's nothing that would have prevented him from doing this. Granted, Chief Citran didn't sign this letter. He probably didn't even know what paragraph 1 meant, to be honest. But his attorney signed it, and you're held accountable for what your attorney signs off on. So we're not saying he's not accountable for this letter. He is accountable. But what I'm saying is to try to claim that he came back under the condition that he wouldn't be dismissed, well, certainly that wasn't the case, because an attorney for the town signed off on it. I think it was Attorney Slater. I can't tell by the signature. And Attorney Citran signed off on it. So I just can't make myself any clearer. I don't know what we're doing here. We shouldn't be here. And if there was any reason for us to be here, then there was nothing stopping the town manager from, he talked to the press about insubordination. There was nothing preventing him from talking to you about insubordination tonight. So I ask that you find there is no just cause, that Chief Citran wasn't provided due process this evening, and that he should remain in his job. And who says he has to, why does he have to leave? Why does he have to leave? The statute, why? Is it because he's old? Why? Why is he out the door? I don't understand. Oh, we gotta set some timeline. Why? Why do we have to have a retirement date for Chief Citran? I don't understand. I don't understand that. But I do understand that this proceeding has been entirely inappropriate, in violation of the retirement agreement. And I ask that you find that Chief Citran should continue in his job. Thank you.
Thank you. We will recess to the call of the chair for deliberations in dual caucus. Yes. Motion to recess per the call of the chair. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Ayes have it. Okay. What is it?
They're going to deliberate.
Are they gonna come back with a decision? So Jessica, you're baking cookies and taking them over to the house every morning?
It's funny, somebody else said that. They were being interviewed the way they said that. I'm sorry. No, but my answer to that would have been if I were them. Well, but you knew you were making a such.
I was just, we can't speak for Matt.
Matt might.
Shrunk. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to, or this hearing back to, we'll reconvene this hearing. We have before us a motion, I could present a motion that would be, hang on. I don't know what's going on. After the deliberations in fact-finding and hearing from both council, the chief, and the town manager, there is a motion to dismiss Chief Citran per Connecticut General Statute, Section 7-278.
Someone have to make the motion that's been presented by the town manager, so you just need a motion and a motion second.
So, do you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to dismiss Chief James Citran from office pursuant to Connecticut General Statute, Section 7-278.
Second.
And I would just suggest that, having heard all the evidence, for just cause.
Oh, okay, I'll amend that to add for just cause.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
No.
Ayes have it. Motion carries 7-1. Or 6-1? Oh, yeah. Oh, we're missing.
Can't count me.
Yeah, well, we're missing Kevin and Pat. That's right. 6-1. Okay.
Respondent has a motion to stay the dismissal until September 1st, because until that date, even if you think he's in violation of the agreement for rescinding his retirement, he has not in fact worked beyond his retirement until September 1st. And therefore, he cannot be in violation of it yet.
Well, the decision, could you restate that again? Just want to make sure I understand what you're asking.
I understand the decision is made to dismiss for just cause pursuant to 7-278, and we are moving to stay that decision until midnight of August 31st, 2021, because until September 1st, he's not in violation of the agreement. And how can he violate the agreement? Because the town could just stop paying him on September 1st.
The respondent doesn't have, I mean, what came before you I'll stay on the record. What's before you this evening, Council, came from the town manager, which was the decision on the town manager's part that the chief should be dismissed for just cause. You just held the hearing, and you just made a decision on that. So you can take what was suggested under advisement, but certainly the chief can't make a motion, and so the decisions have been made. I don't think there's anything else to act on after the vote has been taken on the show, after the show cause hearing.
Right. I do. We appreciate that, but I believe Councilman, or Council, Town Council Slater is correct, that this is a just cause hearing, and the vote was on just cause, and the council has made the decision.
My understanding is that he's been dismissed for just cause for not retiring August 31st, but August 31st has not yet come.
I think you called me.
Can I make a motion to adjourn?
Second. A motion to adjourn has been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. We're adjourned.